it is time.
It's time.
It is time.
It's time.
We also already read the tips, so we can just
Yes.
continue, load, and go to chapter 11. And I did all my tongue twisters and everything before stream. So hopefully I will have good articulation as I read. I'm going to take a swig. Cool. Let's go. And if there's a lot of KHE lines, we can just like pass back and forth if we need to.
Yeah.
If it's like last time. At first, I thought it was a dream. I was staring at the strange sheet, not really understanding what it was. That was all. I didn't go after it, nor did I ridicule it. The fact was that the boring view was the ceiling of my own room, but I didn't realize that for a fairly long time. Yes. I thought I had been dreaming, but I had actually been staring at the ceiling the whole time. Lethargy induced by the voices of the cicadas. Even after I realized I was awake, I couldn't draw forth the energy to sit up. Everything I could see, everything I could hear, everything was like a television broadcast that had already ended. It was hot. So hot I could choke on the heat. My back was moist with night sweats and it felt gross. Unable to endure it any longer, I tossed in my futon, and finally, blood started coursing through my brain. I lazily recalled the long day I had yesterday. The reality, as I lay here listening to the voices of the cicadas, and yesterday so different from it. In order to kill Satoko's uncle, I had rehearsed, formulated a plan, and dug a hole. It was very hot, and I was tired, wasn't I? And when evening came, I went to school and called him out on the phone. I panicked for a moment when he asked where the police station was, but it worked out. And then I awaited him and swooped down. I couldn't remember anymore what sort of emotions I'd let control my body. In any case, it didn't go smoothly, but I did it. It was very hard to dig the hole for the body. That feel of the rain pelting down on me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. The rain, the mud, and the sprays of blood. It rhymes. The sensation of floundering in a swamp. When I met Takano-san on the way home, that wasn't good, no matter how I interpreted it. It was the most misfortunate and uncalculated thing that had happened that night. Everything would have been perfect if only I hadn't encountered her. I was just riding my bike with my shovel in one hand through the downpour, utterly soaked. There was no way someone could surmise I was a murderer bearing a body just from that information. I beg to differ, sweetie. Now that I was thinking calmly, napping under the morning sun, that's what I thought. Still, the more I think about Takano-san's eyes, it seemed like she understood. Takano-san. She knew that I'd killed someone, buried them, and that I'd been on my way home, exhausted. Takano-san wouldn't gain anything from selling me out to the police, but that didn't mean I could feel at ease. I should have killed her. I had crossed such a bridge to get my tranquil life back, and I'd finally achieved it as a result. But now, for the rest of my life, for all the tranquil days starting today, I'd have to live in fear of when they could suddenly end. I may have twisted my ankle, dulled from total exhaustion. The fact that I couldn't make the snap judgment I needed to, I regretted it more and more as time went on. You didn't have a choice, Keiichi Maibara. You didn't have any choice at the time. You were tired. You were a mess. Even if you had made the decision, you might have been able to kill her. She might have just beaten you instead. In that sense...
Weird.
What?
I could, like, see the, stuff still moving, like, in the text, but I couldn't hear you.
Oh, that is strange. I hope my internet connection is okay. It should be. It's a wired connection.
So's mine. Weird.
Yeah,
oh, sorry.
And the little internet hub thing is blue, so that means it's good. That's weird. Anyway, in that sense, parting ways uneventfully could have been the safer option. No matter how sharp Takano-san's intuition was, she had no proof. Her suspecting me didn't amount to evidence by itself. Logically, I know that, but that doesn't mean I have nothing to worry about, does it? Just worry about it when the time comes. Now isn't the time to be worrying. It's the time to be smiling, right? Haha, I just murdered. You accomplished so much just to gain a new life starting today, didn't you? Then you should be happy at this new morning. If remembering the past is too hard for you, then just consider everything up to yesterday as having never happened. You said so yourself. You'd bury it all like it never happened. Well, your wish came true. Everything before yesterday never happened. So be happy, Keiichi Maibara. Yay! I stuck up my hands lazily. Felt a little silly for me to be the one doing it. I heaved a sigh from deep in my belly. That sigh got my lungs moving. It felt like I had been breathing. Wow. One moment, it felt like I hadn't been breathing until just now. It wasn't enough to admonish myself over. All the dice that could be thrown already had been, and the numbers that turned up weren't bad at all. If I lost with those numbers, then I'd just have to give up, I guess. I grabbed the chest of my pajamas and flapped it back and forth. Cool air flowed over my sweating body. Okay, nothing before yesterday happened. Nothing. Nothing at all. I'd forget it all. Yesterday was all a dream. What time was it? About midday? Getting myself up and going to school this late seemed kind of absurd, but I needed to go. I felt like going to school would be the first step into my peaceful new life. I didn't care how late it was. I would go. I'd go to school right now and get back to the life I had retaken as soon as I could. My lazy body immediately became lighter at the thought. I rolled up out of the futon, bounced onto my knees, then leapt upright. Nice! Stuck the landing! I stuck out my chest with pride at my gymnast-like pose, then took a deep breath of fresh air. The brisk morning air had been gone for a while, replaced by the crisp air of summer. Downstairs, I got a stern talking to by my mother. Where were you last night? When did you get back? You need to tell me when you won't be home for dinner, things like that. But considering the importance of what I'd accomplished yesterday, a little scolding was no problem. In fact, it even felt like the sort of thing that would happen in such a peaceful life. I listened with an irresponsible smile and stepped out into the sun high overhead. It was around the time lunch break would be ending. Everyone would probably be worrying about me. I didn't go to the festival, and now I wasn't at school. Well, maybe they weren't too worried about it, since they would have gotten a small piece of news, but a happy one, from Satoko today. Yes, the small piece of news that her uncle hadn't come home last night. Satoko would probably live her days in nervous tension for a while, thinking he might still come home. But eventually, those days would end. And finally, Satoko too would realize her uncle was never coming back. And then Rika-chan would quietly invite her. She would say, "You can live with me again." And everything would be back to normal. Our lives would go back to how they were before that man appeared. Satoko would start wearing that extraordinary smile, complete with those protruding canines, and fool everyone with those traps she was so proud of. I'd probably be her first target out of everyone, but I wouldn't be mad. In fact, I might actually shed tears of joy at the return of something so normal. Satoko, she'd gradually grow back into that meddlesome personality of hers. I mean, my lack of useful life skills was already completely exposed. I wondered if I'd ever be a match for Satoko, but that would be such a pleasant thing to see too. And with such warm, fuzzy predictions, I didn't feel bad for going to school so late. In fact, I wanted to run there now to get there as soon as I could. Instead, I decided to savor the peacefulness of just going to school like normal, without running. The world I'd obtained for myself, that gave me joy just by walking like this. Yes, the world beginning on this very day was something I had won. Without that monumental feat yesterday, I would never have been able to come to school so cheerfully today. The school gate came into sight. Just then, I heard the principal ringing the bell to mark the end of lunch break. It was a clear, refreshing sound. I stopped despite myself and let myself take it in. Tap. I had stopped suddenly, so there was an extra footstep. With a noise, the blessedness I was feeling throughout my whole body withdrew into any pore it could find. And as if to replace it, I felt like hundreds of hairy caterpillars were climbing up my feet. I turned back, but of course, nobody was there. A single footstep could have easily been my imagination, but the footstep felt so ominous. That extra footstep I had heard after seeing Takano-san off last night. With everything that happened on that insane night, I didn't mind something like that happening once. It had been a hell of a night after all. In fact, having just one hallucination was pretty fortunate, but those footsteps should have ended with yesterday, so if I heard them again today, there was really only one thing it could have meant. Last night still wasn't over. It was still going. Still, that insane night. Forever. The step I heard, just that one extra footstep, was quietly ridiculing the nonsensical notion that the world starting today was completely different from the one that ended yesterday. My classmates playing in the schoolyard all vanished inside like the tide going out. When I approached the school, it felt like that warm, fuzzy scene had ended, and it didn't feel good. At the entrance, I took a quick look in everyone's shoeboxes. Satoko Hojo, she was here. Mion was here too. And Rena, of course. Even Rika-chan was here. Tomita-kun and Okamura-kun were here. In fact, I didn't see any missing classmates. If there were shoes missing, they would have to be my own. I took my shoes off and stuck them in. I took out some slippers. There wasn't a single pair left in the shoeboxes anymore. With that, they returned to their rightful state. But as I stepped up onto the wooden floor, I noticed there was just one pair of slippers left. Huh? Whose? Satoshi Hojo. Satoshi, who had never been to school since disappearing last year. Until now, we had committed the exact same act of violence, but I guess in the very end, it went differently. You couldn't make it to school. But here I am. I didn't repeat the same mistake you made. I wasn't about to let myself feel superior about that. In fact, I felt an odd sense of familiarity with him. A misfortunate bond with someone I'd never met due to following the same fate. I headed down the hallway towards the usual classroom. It felt like it had been a whole year since coming here. Hey, did you forget Keiichi Maibara? Satoshi Hojo didn't really disappear on the night of Watanagashi, did he? Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days later. On Satoko's birthday, if I was right. I didn't know what day it was, but I couldn't say for sure I'd avoided Satoshi's failure unless I remained here past that day. I was still living in that night of insanity. The teacher still hadn't come to the classroom. The other door clattered open, the one the teacher wouldn't use, so everyone turned at once to see who had arrived. Everyone looked pretty vacant. Suppose I'll greet them. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I do thank you for coming all the way out here today. Silence. When I started to think I'd fallen flat, someone finally started laughing for me.
Good morning, Kei-chan. You're pretty energetic today.
Yay.
Yeah, energetic. Maybe you haven't gotten out of the festive mood yet, huh?
Hearing Mion and Rena's cheerful voices made me realize how dumb those dark feelings I'd been having at the entrance really were. Hey now, festive mood. I wasn't at the festival at all, remember? Before I could say that, Rika-chan smiled at me.
Keiichi, did you make sure to watch my dance?
Yep. He saw it just fine. Didn't you see how big an applause he gave you?
And he ignored it when that troublemaker Shion came up and made a pass at him. Take that, Shion. Wow, that felt good.
Mion starts laughing at the memory as she slaps me a few times on the back. I was the other one. I was Okamura.
So, how did that target practice contest turn out in the end?
Tomita-kun was facing me and talking. There was nobody behind me. That meant he was talking to me?
Tomitake turned up dead last.
I thought she was saying Tomitake turned up dead. And I was like, whoa.
Everyone had a good time with this punishment game. Weren't you supposed to be the one in last place, Rika-chan? It was such a turnaround when you pulled off getting that chewing gum. I should have expected that from a member of my club. It was fantastic. Crying at a time like that is a feat only Furude would be allowed to do, said Okamura-kun, breathing heavily from his nose. In my direction. Everyone laughed. If anyone but Rika-chan had done it, it would have been against the rules. Rika-chan gave one of her Nippa smiles as she listened to it. In my direction. Y'all can say Nippa, but it just won't do anything. Rena too turned to me. No, turned towards me. And then, with a somewhat embarrassed smile, she whispered to me, so only I could hear.
But really, thanks, Keiichi-kun.
For what?
That giant stuffed animal. I was really happy. It's nice and safe right at my bedside. And I made sure to give it a good night kiss before bed, too. Oh!
The class laughed at that, cheering and jeering. This whole time, the conversation had been a little bit off. I wasn't quite getting it. What's this about a stuffed animal?
What's this? Come on, we all worked really hard at the festival yesterday to get it down, remember? That gigantic stuffed animal. The gigantic stuffed animal.
Rena seemed taken aback, but when she answered, she did it with a smile.
We were having a hard time knocking it over, so we tried aiming at the forehead and rapid-fire shooting and stuff. And then, Keiichi-kun, you got a whole bunch of guns ready beforehand and shot them all. It was so cool. Oh.
Wait, who was this?
All the people in the neighborhood association, including the chairman, were praising you so much at the party afterwards. One of them said he'd fallen in love with your way with words. Tokuzo Kimiyoshi, the chairman of the children's committee, I think. He said he wanted to entrust you with a few of the stalls at the next festival. Tokuzo is the chair of the refreshment booths. He's on the festival executive committee.
My Bada-sen is great at making things sound good, isn't he? Yep, whenever he talks about something, it seems a lot better than it actually is. I don't know how many of these lines there are, but if you want to take them.
You can't say that. Ah ha 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 ha.
Keiichi-kun, you'd make a great salesman. I bet you'd do great auctioning off overripe bananas or something.
It's good for banana bread. What have
It
you
is good
been...
for banana bread.
What have you been talking about? I mean, I didn't go to the festival in the first place. I swallowed those words. I didn't know exactly why, but in Hinamizawa, this is what had happened. Yesterday during the Watsunagashi festival, Keiichi Maibara had appeared, and he had romped about with all the usual club members, or members of this club. He made a big scene at a few of the stalls, snatched a few sticks of takoyaki and okonomiyaki in his glee, rating each of them as delicious or terrible to get everyone excited. And they'd seen a gigantic stuffed animal at the target practice game, and everyone went after it. And then I got a whole bunch of the cork guns, firing them in rapid succession, throwing each one away after using it, and admirably, I shot down the biggest stuffed animal there. And then I gave the stuffed animal the proof of my victory to Rena as a gift. Then our fun came to a close as we had to go see Rika-chan's offertory dance. There was a ton of people squeezed in there, and we all got separated, but we each managed to get into good positions to cheer Rika-chan on from. Then in the middle, when Shion came up and asked me to go hang out with her instead of watching the dedication dance, I refused, and stayed put, watching the dance until the very end. But who? Who was that? Well, everyone's been saying it, haven't they? Keiichi Maibara. I had an urge to yell in anger at my classmates for having so much fun talking about the festival yesterday with Keiichi Maibara. What the hell are you guys even talking about? Far stronger than that feeling, though, was the sheer uncanny nature of this reality I couldn't understand. A Keiichi Maibara who wasn't me was in Hinamizawa yesterday. As I threw away my humanity, turned into a demon, and was busy beating Satoko's uncle to death. I was having a great time at the festival last night. What the hell? I had to suffer through so much, desperately holding back tears, getting so worn out in that downpour, digging holes, chasing, beating, killing, dragging, and burying. Who was this Keiichi Maibara who had ignored me so and spent such a fun, carefree time at the festival, damn it? Who the hell stood in for me as I put my life on the line, working so hard to achieve this treasure-like everyday life? If there was another Keiichi Maibara besides me, then what was I? On the night of Watanagashi, where one died and one disappeared, in accordance with Oyashiro-sama's curse, there's only a demon who had killed someone. Dumbfounded, as I succumbed to a horrifying possibility, I looked around at my classmates to make sure there was nobody extra I didn't recognize among them. To make sure I wasn't among them. It was a horrifying thought that the real Keiichi Maibara hadn't overslept and had come to school on time, and that I, who was no longer Keiichi Maibara, had just waltzed in here. But no matter how much I checked, the only people here were ones I knew. The man I met every time I looked in a bathroom mirror was not here.
Okay, everyone. Time to start afternoon classes. Please take your seats. President, please lead the class.
Chie didn't point out that Keiichi is late. The teacher entered, and everyone hurried back to their seats. Upon finding me, who was so stupidly late, she gave me a stern talking to, but I wasn't listening to it. Wasn't our old life supposed to start today? Where is Satoko? She didn't pipe in that conversation.
She didn't, did she?
No. Something wasn't right. It was just strange. I was supposed to go back to my old life. Fun life. Old fun life after yesterday. I had set foot in an incomparably mysterious world that was completely different from both my old life and my recent one. I have a theory, but I'll let this scene play out. Yes, this was, without a doubt, a different world than the one I'd been living in until now. There was no way such an absurd thing could be possible, but unless it was true, I couldn't explain anything that just happened. In this classroom, I was surrounded by so many faces I knew, and yet I felt isolated. The cicadas sounded no different than they had before now, but they seemed somehow false. The air was parched and dry, too, making me think, was the air in Hinamizawa always this uncomfortable? I'm gonna call something right now.
Okay.
One of the bodies that was found after Watanagashi is Keiichi. Hey, Rena.
What is it? We're in class.
About the festival yesterday. About... When would you say I got there?
Huh?
To be honest, I was pretty excited afterwards, and I gobbled down some cans of beer. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing, but I don't quite remember some things. For random babbling, it wasn't a bad excuse.
Keiichi-kun, you said you couldn't come at first, didn't you? You called Michan's house about it, right?
That matched. I called Mion and told her to take Satoko in my place, since I wouldn't be able to meet up with them due to things I had to do.
We all decided while we were setting up for the festival that we'd invite Satoko-chan. We wanted to bring her out someplace where she couldn't see her uncle for a little while.
That was the same too. Mion said that when I called her. That everyone had already decided to invite her.
And then we all went, me, Michan, and Rika-chan to Satoko-chan's house and brought her out. Satoko-chan's uncle seems like a really mean person.
That part didn't matter. What I was trying to ask was, when did I meet up with you?
How could you forget that? Keiichi-kun, this is why I said to get a good night's sleep before the festival.
Whatever. When did I meet up with you?
Well...
At my sudden, threatening demand, Rena was at a loss for words. Oops. I shouldn't have rushed that. I told her I was sorry. It was at the shrine grounds. It was unexpected. You were talking to Rika-chan, weren't you?
Yep. You were having a fun talk with Rika-chan in her shrine maiden outfit. And then Rena came up and said, "Oh, I'm taking you home."
I was talking to Rika-chan. And I asked, "Kei-chan, didn't you have something to do today?" Then you pounded your chest and said it yourself, that letting loose at a festival was more important than some silly errand. I didn't say that. I never said anything like that. I never even went to the shrine grounds yesterday to begin with. I never had the time to stop by a place like that. I went to dig the hole as soon as I woke up. I had a pretty hard time doing it. After that, I snuck into the school and made a call. I called him out and lay in wait, and then it started raining really hard. With that kind of downpour, the festival should have come to a halt. In other words, it ended then. From the time the festival started to when it ended, it would have been impossible for me to have swung by the shrine grounds. I was already there when Mion and the others dragged Satoko out and brought her to the shrine, and I was talking to Rika-chan. Then, where would Rika-chan say we met? The teacher went out to wash her hands, so I ran over to Rika-chan's desk and asked her directly.
With you?
Yeah, we were talking to each other before Mion and the others got there, right? When did we see each other? When and where?
I don't know what you're trying to ask.
You know, yesterday I didn't really get enough sleep and my head's a bit fuzzy. I don't remember a thing. It looked like Rika-chan bought into my babbling.
We saw each other when the mayor and the others came out of the assembly hall. You were in front of the ritual implement storehouse.
Huh? What? The ritual implement storehouse. I'd never heard a building called that before. Or maybe I have, but at the very least, I wouldn't know where on the shrine grounds it was.
The mayor got really angry at you, since you shouldn't go near holy places without authority, remember? Keiichi, did you forget that too?
I was too scared to ask anymore. The more I asked, the more it became clear, without any doubt, that Keiichi Maibata was present at the Furude Shrine grounds during the Watanagashi festival. The clearer that became, the more doubts. No fears. The more doubts. No, fears I had. Who on earth was I yesterday? Whoever that was, he had a good time in my place and managed to go the entire day without letting them notice I wasn't there. Oh, right. When did that person leave everyone? This morning, my mother got mad at me for having stayed out so late last night, which meant at the very least that Keiichi Maibata hadn't come home while my mother was still awake. The festival would have been closed because of the downpour. If I recall right, when I went back to the house's storage room to get another shovel, I think the clock said 7. Since it was already raining hard by then, the festival would have closed down before 7. Would have had to close down before 7. If I'd returned that early, I would have definitely run into my parents. Or at the very least, they wouldn't have asked me when I got back last night. So, the Keiichi Maibata from yesterday, that meant he never went home. That meant the downpour happened, the festival was broken up, everyone left. But he didn't go back to the house. That means... When I arrived at the natural conclusion, a wicked chill suddenly froze my spine and climbed up to my brain. That meant Keiichi Maibata was the same as Satoshi. My bad. One day, he never went home. On the night of Watanagashi, he never went home. The downpour interrupted the festival, and on the way home, he suddenly disappeared. And I, who was dealing with the corpse, went home without a problem. I was so tired I wasn't even hungry, so I went up to my room without a sound and crawled into my futon. Who was I? That much was obvious. Keiichi Maibata. Keiichi Maibata was me. There may have been another one, but that doesn't negate the fact that I was Keiichi Maibata. Then that other Keiichi Maibata was what? The voices of the cicadas steadily filling the classroom were beginning to bother me. Suddenly, I laid eyes on Satoko. Satoko's expression was dark as always. She seemed completely exhausted, at a life of agony. She couldn't even imagine an ending too. What had last night been like for Satoko? Did she have fun with everyone and feel a little happier, if even for a moment? And when she went home, the end of her dream, she'd probably gone to sleep afraid of when her uncle would return. And then, this morning, her uncle hadn't come home. And then she went to school. Right now, she must have been still trapped by the rotten idea from when she couldn't be saved that her uncle would need her when she got back. But you can rest easy, Satoko. Your uncle won't ever be coming back. I couldn't tell her couldn't tell her it was because I'd killed him. When Satoko realized on her own that her uncle would never return, then that would truly be the end of the long, insane night. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong. I did the best possible thing I could have as Satoko's Nini. Not an atom in my body regretted it. And look, calm down and think, Keiichi Maibata. From a certain point of view, isn't it convenient there was another Keiichi Maibata? I buried the corpse perfectly. A beginning wouldn't happen. But if worst came to worst, it got out, and the investigation got to me. I now had a strong alibi, able to profess the fact that I'd been at the Watanagashi festival, but accepting something so creepy and using it as an alibi. Still, if I had proved I hadn't gone to the festival yesterday, it would do no good and a whole lot of harm. That was what left the really actually bad aftertaste. See, at first when they were saying all those things about him being at the festival, I thought they were purposely trying to cover for him. But the more he talked to them, I was like, oh, he was actually there, but just in another fucking body. You'll forget about it, Keiichi Maibata. Everything that happened before today. So just forget about the Keiichi Maibata who was there yesterday too. Instead, let's watch gently over Satoko for the day her smile returns. And the day that would mark the end of that insane, all too long night.
That's all for today, class. Please go straight back to your homes, everyone. President, if you would.
Everybody stand up. At attention. Bow. Goodbye.
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 I thought about many things and saw my thoughts dispersed by many other things. I didn't know whether or not that time had been spent worrying or daydreaming, but either way, it came to an end along with the class. Cheerfully, our classmates got their things and ran for the hallway. Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan were packing up as well. What about Satoko? This whole day, she seemed deflated. It's also weird that nobody, acknowledged Satoko or even talked about her at the Watanagashi festival. They said they brought her, but they didn't say anything that she did. Well, her uncle may not have returned last night, but she wouldn't have known he'd never return. How much I wanted to express that fact to her. Satoko packed up her pencil box and math workbook messily, and after a dark glance at the clock, heaved a sigh. Then went to leave the classroom. Then, suddenly, somebody placed a hand on her shoulder and stopped her.
What is it? I watered the plants like I was supposed to and got the printouts done.
Her words, possessed by a persecution complex, hurt. I spoke loudly so everyone could hear. Hey everyone! Why don't we have club today? It's been a while. Satoko always had to tend to her uncle, so club has been on hiatus. In our minds, our club was proof of a calm, peaceful life. By enjoying being together, I wanted to make Satoko realize her days of darkness were over.
I'm okay. I'll do it.
Well, I mean, I don't mind. If it's okay with Satoko. Under a condition. That was important. With everything up to her, Satoko gave a worried look. Come on, Satoko, it's been a long time. Let's go crazy!
Well, I'm happy you feel that way, but...
My uncle might already be home. Thus spoke her darkened eyes, her mouth unmoving. You've been choking on life every day for a while. You must be about to suffocate. It's not good for your mind or body. Once in a while, you've got to have some fun.
Please, leave it alone. It's not like I don't want to do club again.
With one word, but, she looked down. Satoko, you know as well as anyone that it's more fun being with everyone, right? We're friends! That means we can spend time with each other. I mean, you had a great time at the festival yesterday with everyone, didn't you? Rena nearly said something, but she was too late.
Keiichi-san, what are you saying?
My arm on her shoulder seemed to weigh her down, and she threw it off.
When exactly was I playing and having fun at the festival? The only one having fun was you, Keiichi-san.
Huh? I looked over to Mion for help, but now everyone was looking down. My instincts told me that Satoko hadn't gone to the festival. But Rena said it herself, that she went with Mion to Satoko's house to invite her.
Satoko-chan left on the way there. She didn't go to the shrine.
Why? I realized the absurdity of what I just said with Satoko in front of me. She said her uncle was waiting at home, and she couldn't have fun by herself. When we were in front of the shrine.
We tried to stop her too. We told her her uncle said it was okay, and that he wouldn't get mad if she had a good time.
At some point, tears had begun welling up in Satoko's eyes. Satoko was so afraid of her uncle that she couldn't even allow herself time with her friends, and went home. No. She was even afraid of letting herself have a good time with her friends.
Keiichi-san, you must have it nice. Having a blast at the festival all night. They told me you went all out, didn't you? I'm very envious.
Smiling to herself, her tears began to fall.
I must provide for my uncle. It's completely different from you. Without let your parents do everything.
Satoko.
I'm so glad you enjoyed yourself at the festival. I'm so glad you had enough fun for me too. I mean, I want to participate in the club too. Making such a racket with everyone is so much fun. But right now, I can't.
Unable to withstand such violent emotion, a few teardrops slid down her cheek. But even though she was having such a terrible time, not once did she ever say that it was hard for her. It was a sad, obstinate bravery. But the days when Satoko had to feel like that were over. Satoko didn't need to endure it, to bear it anymore. She could forget all about it now and smile. I was so frustrated at not being able to tell her that directly. Instead, I said something that I'm not sure I should have said before I thought twice about it. He didn't come home, did he? The words were deeply meaningful to me, but I didn't know if Satoko understood them.
Didn't come home. Who?
He didn't come home last night, did he? Your uncle?
What are you talking about, Keiichi-san?
Satoko shouted with all her might.
I should have known that.
My bad.
When has he not been there? When?
Calm down. I mean, he didn't come home yesterday, did he?
I don't understand what you're trying to say, Keiichi-san.
Satoko, what are you talking about? I mean, that man, I killed him. I killed him yesterday. Killed him for sure. And I buried him. Buried him whole. He could never have returned to his house. Oh shit, did he kill somebody?
Even yesterday, he was torturing me so much! He yelled at me! He shouted at me!
He found fault with everything I did. So he threw the dinner I made him on the floor. He dumped his bowl of miso soup on me too. It was hot. It was messy. And I cleaned all of it up. I cleaned all of it.
What? Did he kill somebody else? Our stories weren't matching up. But Knight?
And this morning, when he woke me up to make him breakfast, he got so mad at me. He would have gotten mad at me whether I'd gotten up or not.
Satoko! Rika-chan went over to Satoko and said a few words of consolation. But Satoko angrily refused those words and thrust Rika-chan away.
Nini! Nini! Come back! Come back!
Crying, Satoko slowly walked out into the hallway. After a moment, Rika-chan went after her. I couldn't stop thinking about the words Satoko had spoken while crying. I buried her uncle last night, but she said this morning that was impossible. I buried him last night, so she couldn't have seen her uncle this morning. What was Satoko? At that point, I heard Mion's cold voice.
Hey, Kei-chan. What did you mean about Satoko's uncle?
Gulp. I said too much. I let my emotions get the better of me.
Rena heard it too. You said Satoko-chan's uncle didn't come home.
Why? Why didn't he come home?
That's strange. Satoko-chan's uncle was right there this morning, wasn't he? So, why would you say he didn't come back? Come back.
Kei-chan, you'd been saying weird things for a while. Or you've been saying weird things for a while. Suddenly, Mion and Rena started to speak in strange and creepy voices. Alright. What were they doing? What were they saying?
Kei-chan, is it somehow inconvenient for you for Satoko's uncle to be around?
No, what are you talking about? Of course it would be better if Satoko's uncle wasn't here.
Yep. That's true, of course. If only he weren't here, right?
Something wasn't right. The next thing I knew, Mion and Rena were smiling thinly, and their eyes were dark and muddy in a way that I'd never seen before. And as our eyes met, that mud even seemed to fill the air. Satoko's uncle is an awful person, no doubt. I think we'd all be better off with him gone just as much as you do. But he's here. There's nothing we can do, right? Nothing we can do. Something's wrong. Something's clearly wrong here. What the hell was happening? After a moment, a chilly, liquid-like feeling, as though my blood had been mixed with sherbet, crawled up my spine. No choice. I mean, of course there isn't, but then Satoko will never...
If there's no choice, what would you do?
Rena was trying to prompt me to say more. There really was no choice, so I killed him. I killed him to protect Satoko. That's... I must snooze that ad. Leave him alone. I think things will resolve themselves soon enough.
Satoko-chan said her uncle was here, so he's here. He was here yesterday, and he's here too. Today. Fuck. She said so it's fine, right? Right?
Mion and Rena were speaking unbelievably dismissively. How could they be talking like that? Mion and Rena, they were my friends and were seriously worried about Satoko's abuse, weren't they? They would never blurt out something like this. And I definitely killed Satoko's uncle. No matter what Satoko or anyone else says, I wouldn't acknowledge it because him being alive was impossible. There's no way he was alive. It was impossible. And yet, since Satoko killed himself Since Satoko killed himself? Since Satoko herself said he was here, that he was alive. I've been talking about...
Not only have you assigned Satoko trans mask, you have also said that he committed suicide.
My God. It was a slip-up. We've been talking about killing so much. I was like...
It's true.
inserted this new detail into the narrative. Since Satoko herself said he was here, then he was alive. I didn't know why or how, but suddenly Mion and Rena were at my sides, standing there silently.
Let's go home, Kei-chan.
After we leave, Rena wants to go treasure hunting for the first time in a while. Mii-chan is coming too.
Kei-chan, you should come along. Of course, you're not allowed to refuse.
If words could freeze blood, then there was no doubt that they would have frozen me solid. I could hear it, a strained sound, like a layer of thin ice spreading, emanating from every joint in my body. And with them closely at my sides, we left the school as if they were police officers taking me away. They talked about silly things the entire way home, like they always did, but they always stood at my sides as if to prevent me from escaping. This was strange. Everything about this day was strange. Actually, it had been strange ever since the previous night. Yes, thinking back, it had been strange ever since killing Satoko's uncle. That creepy meeting with Takano-san was only the beginning. That insane night was still continuing. Yes, it still hadn't ended.
What? What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why did you suddenly stop?
Sorry, it's nothing. When I stopped, it was distant, but I definitely heard them. An extra set of footsteps. That was proof. Proof that insane night hadn't ended. Mion left where she usually did, and finally we came to my house.
Okay, Keiichi-kun. Wait here for me. Rena will come to pick you up soon.
What was it? She was inviting me along on one of her oversized garbage treasure hunts at the dam site, right? But why now? Mion coming along was strange too. Mion may have accepted Rena's little hobby, but she hated fishing through garbage, so she'd never come with her before. And the location specifically being the dam site was a little creepy. The dam construction site was completely outside the flow of everyday life. It was so remote that no one ever went there unless they thought to in particular. Nobody lived there, and there were no lights, so at night it got very dark very quickly. I was being forcibly invited there. There was no reason I had to fear Rena and Mion. Oh, there's plenty of reasons, buddy. Besides, wouldn't the trouble I'd make by refusing them be a pain to deal with? In that way, it didn't seem like going treasure hunting with them was a bad idea. But that insane night was continuing. Haven't the sirens of instinct been wailing in my mind for a while now? Warning me that Rena and Mion were strange, that I needed to be cautious. The warning sirens were so freaking loud, it felt like my head would split in two. Rena, I actually have something to do?
Something to do? Like what?
Like what? I just have something to do, okay?
If you had something to do, why didn't you say it while Mii-chan was here? I already told her to meet us at the dam site before we split up.
Rena was smiling, but her words made her discomfort clear. Sorry, I just kind of missed the opportunity to say so.
Really?
You're lying, aren't you? You just made that up now, you liar. That's what Rena's eyes said to me. My head hurts. I might have a cold, so I wanted to go get it checked out and get some medicine.
Really?
That wasn't really a lie. My head did hurt a little bit, so I wasn't lying. Rena, she couldn't figure out if my head hurt or not, just by looking at it.
Then I guess that's that.
After staring me in the eyes for a few moments, she fired a sharp, needle-like stare at me. The tension in my body loosened, and I felt like my knees might buckle.
If you're going to the clinic, then you should go soon. Sometimes they close early.
Thanks. I'll do that.
Make sure you go, okay? To the hospital.
I will.
Go. For real.
I will. It seemed like Rena had realized that I was going to refuse her invitation for a while now. With how serious she looks, she might actually call the clinic later to make sure I went. I couldn't say anything careless. Lying about getting checked out was just an excuse to decline her request in the first place. It didn't matter whether I actually went. Yeah, I'll go. If you want, I can bring you the bill tomorrow.
Oh, that would be good. Be sure to bring it, okay? Rena will look at it then.
Another tingle started crawling up my back. There was no ignoring it. Rena and Mio must have been monitoring my movements. That wasn't normal. Far from it. All of it was insane.
Who works at the hospital? Keiichi? Hee.
I did what I did because I wanted my peaceful life back. But what on earth was all this? It was far from peaceful. Something had gone mad, leaving the world out of order. With the other Keiichi Maibata, with those creepy footsteps I've been hearing, with Rena and Mion acting so curious, and above all, with him being alive. Where was I? Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. I knew that much. Was this really the Hinamizawa I knew? Hey, Keiichi Maibata, where is this? I asked, whipping around before the front door to face the one who has been following in my wake all day. Nobody would have been there, of course. Keiichi Maibata, huh? That's what I just called him. Called the one who had been trailing behind me this whole time. That shadowy presence, always clinging to me, like it was constantly watching for the opportunity to change places. Footsteps always following me was another impossibility. It couldn't have been a ghost, so it was just impossible. So the strangeness must have been my ears, my head, or Hinamizawa. Everything I could see was the same exact Hinamizawa I knew so well, and that gave me the creeps. Eventually, I decided to actually go to the clinic. I really didn't want to go outside, but a stronger feeling than that desire was the fear Rena might actually be keeping an eye on me to see if I went to the hospital. But before I went to the clinic, there was something I wanted to make sure of. It was at school. I pretended I'd forgotten something and was going back to the classroom to pick it up. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, I was overwhelmed by paranoia. I was just going to the classroom, but I hated it so much having to be so careful to fake it. After carefully verifying once more that nobody was watching, I went over to the locker. Yes, Satoshi's locker. I committed the crime with the bat I found in this locker, Satoshi's bat. And then I had thrown the bat into the swamp, which meant the bat shouldn't have been inside. But, what if the bat was still in there? It was a very dreadful, incomprehensible idea, but if it was true, it would explain a lot. If the bat was in here, yesterday's events would have all been a delusion. No, an illusion. I hadn't killed anyone, and I'd gone to the festival. I had a great time, rampaging around with everyone. It would prove that Keiichi Maibata was really me. Proof that I was only under some strange assumption that I had killed Satoko's uncle. Proof that it had all been a wild fantasy. That would explain everything. Nothing happened yesterday. I had just gone mad, unable to separate my shocking, uncle-killing dream from reality. That would explain everything. If the bat was here, would I be able to accept that reality? If it was here, nothing will have changed. If it was here, it would just mean I'd gone crazy. Preparing myself for the worst, I opened the locker door. I was actually scared of opening it slowly, so I threw it open with a bang. And just like the first time, the choking scent of smell and sweat like a stale towel came flowing out. There was a baseball uniform and some miscellaneous other things, like notebooks. There was also a shoe pouch. And as for the bat, it wasn't here. It was how I left it when I took the bat out. That's even more fucked up, honestly. There was no doubt. Yesterday really happened.
Oh, I also just want to shout out, thank you, Espen, or Espen, for the tier 1 sub. Gifted to Tepe Hojo.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, that's fucking funny.
I guess he really is still with us.
I guess he really is still alive. He has a Twitch account. My
No!
God.
Fuck!
No! Also, I think it's Espine. Like Espion, but Peen. But that's how I always read it. I thought it was funny. Now that I knew I wasn't a lunatic, I felt relieved. But at the same time, if I wasn't the crazy one, then Hinamizawa was, and that was evidence of a reality I found just as difficult to accept. There was a noise, somehow creeping into everything I saw, and the world was losing a tiny bit of color. Did you have to? No, you didn't. So, what did I know about last night now? Now that I'd made sure the bat wasn't there, I didn't need to be here anymore. Shall I go? For real. To the hospital. It was my first time going to the hospital, but from what I'd heard, it wasn't far from school. My mom had told me where it was. A big, easy-to-see road went straight there. I went past the shopping street, made a turn. It wasn't overly hard to spot the sign with the EDA clinic written on it. Oh no, EDA runs the action. Wait, hello? I thought he was just like the school nurse.
Nope, there is no in-house school nurse. We learned that.
Oh, I'm dumb. I forgot.
No, you're not dumb.
I'm not
There's a lot
dumb.
of
I just
details.
forgot. I forgot. There was
I
one.
love that crocodile.
It's so cute. There was one other person, an older man, there in the air-conditioned waiting room. I went up to the counter and told them it was my first time here. The man behind the counter glanced at the clock and said there would be a short wait. It was almost 5. Clinic hours would be ending soon. As I sat in this unfamiliar waiting room, isolated from everyone, and let myself feel the cool air, I actually felt relieved. What should I tell the doctor when he comes? I could tell him I had a cold, but I was the very picture of health. Actually, I wanted him to check my head. I wanted someone to confirm for me whether I was really sane or not.
Keiichi Mayabara-san, please come into the examination room.
Huh? The voice from the other side of the examination curtain. I thought I'd heard it somewhere before. See, I thought we were going to run into Takano. That's what I thought.
Hello. This is the first time we've seen each other here.
Coach! Coach, you were you were a doctor? Now that you mention it. He did seem to know his way around when he was looking at my shoulder in the nurse's office. It would make sense. He was actually a doctor. Come to think of it, our teacher called him Irie-sensei, didn't she?
Well, yes, I'm more or less a doctor here. Doctors have it really good, you know. You get to see.
Oh God, God, no!
I thought he was gonna say something like, "We get paid well."
No!
He's weird.
No, he's a fucking freak. I hate creepy doctors. I hate fucked up, perverted, shitty doctors. Ah, great.
Why don't we make him disappear?
Yeah, why didn't we kill him? Jesus Christ. I mean, it clearly wouldn't have done anything. He would, like, ghost EDA would just come back. Christ. Thank you very much. just seeing that made my cold go away. I'll be leaving now. Bye. Polite bow.
He says it out loud. I forgot. Sometimes I forget how funny Rikishi can write. Whoa, wait, Mayabara-san! It was a joke. Come, sit down and let me take a look at you.
Jokes are supposed to be funny! No! Sorry, skipped it.
No, you're right. You're right.
For some reason, I felt really relieved after that insane night. As much as I thought I felt really relieved talking to this fucking pedophile. As much as I thought everything had gone crazy, Coach was here doing the same thing he always did, being a pedophile. I was happy about that for some fucking reason.
You don't seem to have a cold. Actually, those scrapes and cuts all over you seem to be the painful thing. Don't tell me you were playing in the bushes with short sleeves and shorts. I mean, I can't say for sure you haven't been infected with tetanus.
As I was chasing that man last night, I kept being scraped by bits of trees. I didn't realize I had so many cuts.
You went a little too crazy at the festival yesterday. Enjoy that while you're young.
And once again, I apparently went to the festival. Coach, did you go too? To the festival? To the festival?
Yeah, of course I did. I may be a doctor, but I'm also on the Watanagashi Executive Committee.
Did you see me there? This coach was the same coach that I'd always known, and I felt like I could trust him more than my weird friends, so I asked. I don't know why. Espen, okay.
Well, actually, I was drinking in the main tent with the chairman and the others the whole time. I didn't go out to see the festival at all. I don't think I saw you.
Oh.
That was a strange question. Perhaps you didn't sleep well last night? You can't do that. You have to sleep and eat well to grow up fine.
Coach let out a laugh. He didn't laugh in an unnatural way like Mion and Rena did. Coach was okay. He was the coach from the world I knew. He wasn't someone from this abnormal world. Well, this all might seem a little weird to you, but I want you to hear me out without laughing.
Yeah, go ahead. I greatly welcome any...
We should just rewrite all his lines. Could it be possible that I have an identical twin?
Do that.
Coach hadn't expected that question at all, and couldn't say anything for a moment. But then he smiled calmly and quietly answered.
This is just superstition, but I've heard before that everyone has two other people in the world who look just like them. If there was, I'd certainly like to meet him, though. Also, there are plenty of fairy tales where a person's double appears. The German ones about doppelgangers are probably the most famous.
Doppelgangers? Yes, that's what he said.
Mm-hmm. They look exactly like another person. Apparently they herald misfortune, and if you meet one, you're sure to die soon. I think that's how it went.
When you meet them, you're sure to die soon. The story ended directly in death, plain and simple, and it made my spine tingle. Coach wasn't saying it to scare me, though. He was just offering a casual anecdote, but that made it feel all the more real. Have you heard of the High Elves? Sorry. Have you ever heard of one of those things showing up in Hinamizawa?
What? Well, I can't say that I have.
Just a little side note. Can you imagine like being in like ancient times and seeing like identical twins for the first time, and you would automatically be like, this is some evil devil shit. What the fuck? They look exactly the same. What? Like, that's absolutely where doppelgangers and like all that folklore came from, probably with identical twins. But like, I'd lose my fucking mind if I was like in ancient Japan and I was like, whoa, two of the same.
Also, some people can be completely unrelated and just look at each other. I was looking at like I told you, Spoony, before that I was looking at like competitors from the Pokemon regionals, and there's this one guy called Chup Across the Fourth, and in no other picture does he look like this, but in the professional photo that they have for him for that regional, he looks like PewDiePie.
Oh my god. Yeah, no, like there are so many people in the world. You could just look exactly like somebody else on the other side of the planet, probably.
Yeah, 100%.
There's probably somebody out there who looks exactly like you.
Ugh.
Crazy.
Poor bastard. Just playing that.
Coach must have thought he was being teased, so he laughed in an exaggerated way. Get in there. There we go. But when I didn't smile along with him, his laughter steadily grew fainter. Told you not to laugh, bro. I'm sorry. Well, I was sort of being serious.
No, I apologize for laughing. Was there something you were worried about?
I wondered if I should tell him. Then, after resolving myself one final time, I slowly spoke. I didn't go to the festival yesterday.
Is that right? Well, there'll be one next year. And then you can...
That's not what I meant. I didn't go to the festival, but according to everyone else, I was there. Could that even be possible? After blinking his eyes in amazement, Coach thought seriously about what I was trying to say. And he answered, choosing his words carefully. Oh, his face.
Let me make sure I have this straight. Mayabara-kun, you went to the Watanagashi festival but don't remember it. Am I right?
I was trying to say something completely different, but I suppose any sane person would come to that conclusion. That night, Keiichi Maibata was actually at the festival, but I was saying I didn't go. That obviously meant my memories of going there had failed me. But that was absolutely impossible. That vivid act I had committed during the downpour couldn't possibly have been an illusion. All these scrapes on my body prove it, as does the fact the bat wasn't in the locker. No, that's not it, Coach. I really didn't go to the festival.
Please don't take offense, Mayabara-san. Have you ever had an experience where you were suddenly somewhere unfamiliar and you couldn't remember why?
No. And I didn't lose my memories or anything, because while the festival was going on, I was definitely doing something else. It wasn't like I was asleep and unconscious or anything.
You're certain you were doing something else? I know I'm being awfully rude, but are you sure you're not mistaken?
I know I'm not. My memories are clear as day, and they were real.
During the festival, you weren't at the shrine and you were doing something somewhere else. Can you definitely prove that?
Uh-oh. That's right. Thinking it through brought me to this. There was only one way to prove that I really wasn't at the festival yesterday, and that was to show that there was no doubt I had killed her uncle. Coach saw me struggling to answer, and his eyes looked a little cold. I guess they would. After all, from Coach's perspective, I was just a weirdo sputtering nonsense.
Would you like to lay down? Maybe you should relax and take it easy for a bit.
Sorry, I didn't really come here to lay down.
You seem to be a little worked up. Why don't I'd give you a sedative that'll let you sleep for a bit. That way...
I'm not being strange! I realized Coach was treating me like a deviant, so I raised my voice.
I apologize if I've offended you, so please, calm down.
I definitely didn't go to the festival. That's the truth.
I understand, so please, calm down, take a deep breath.
No, you don't understand at all. Coach was stunned and stared in stupefaction.
There you go.
There you go.
I do understand, Mayabata-san. You didn't go to the festival yesterday. Is that right? I believe you. Believe you.
Coach jotted down a brief note in his records. He was writing it in German, so that his patient wouldn't know what it said. But I could make a good guess as to what he wrote. You won't believe me until I tell you everything I was doing at the time, will you? Or will you?
No, I believe you. Please, sit down.
Before I sat, I tilted my head back a little. The blood in my face all drained out, and I quieted down. After taking a deep breath, I made sure that I was calm now. It would have been impossible for me to be at the festival. Because at the time, I was... Should I tell him or not? No! You dumbass! I really didn't want to go on living like this, feeling this horrible. And I said them, the final, fatal words. Because I was killing Satoko's uncle at the time. I could smell the concrete in the room. I could feel the air around us sharpen. Nobody moved. Only the sound of the clock ticking told us time hadn't stopped. With his mouth wide open, Coach even forgot to blink for a little while.
You killed Satoko-chan's uncle?
Yeah. It's fine now, Keiichi Maibata. Don't hesitate. Admit it with all your strength. Yes, last night I did it. I killed him. I spoke clearly and fluidly. I could easily tell that Coach's mind had gone completely blank.
Why would you... No. That was a foolish question.
I believed it was the most direct method of saving Satoko, so I carried it out. I don't have any regrets.
I see.
Coach smiled thinly and nodded a bit. So I couldn't have been at the festival. I left the brightness of my house for the darkness of the outside. After that, I dug holes, made phone calls. I had my hands full, and then I attacked him. I killed him and buried him. It was pouring hard at the time. The festival started that evening, but was suspended due to the rain. There were no gaps in my memories. From the late afternoon until it started to rain, there was no time for me to possibly have gone to the festival.
And those wounds, are they from that?
Yes. There's a road through the forest near Satoko's house. I attacked him there, he ran, but I chased him and finally killed him near the road that leads to town.
Is that true?
Killing her uncle. It wasn't some wild fantasy. I could tell that Coach didn't believe me, so I spoke slowly, not letting myself grow excited. It's true. I killed him with Satoshi's bat. I threw it and the uncle's motorbike into the swamp. I dug a hole, killed him, and buried him. I did it all by myself.
Satoko-chan's uncle drove past you on a motorbike, did he? Then you predicted he'd do just that and just waited?
I assumed he wouldn't be leaving his house that day, so I lied to him over the phone to get him out.
You called him, but your house is so far away from Satoko-chan's. I wouldn't think you'd be able to make it there so soon after calling him.
I used a phone closer to where I was going to attack him, the one at school.
Maebara-san, it was Sunday. Wouldn't the school have been locked up?
A forest ranger happened to go inside for a bit. I slipped in when I had the chance. After that, Coach grilled me on a few different things regarding the incident. He made sure to question me carefully, looking for any contradictions in my account.
I'll believe you. What you did yesterday doesn't seem like a dream.
I explained everything, including minor details that only someone who had actually committed the act could explain. I could, of course. It was only yesterday. Coach realized that my story had no expedient coincidences or too convenient details that would have existed in a daydream or a delusion, and finally seemed to want to believe me. So, do you still think I went to the festival and lost my memory? Coach slowly shook his head. But everyone in class, they said I was at the festival yesterday. Is that even possible?
No, it's not. Your classmates probably mistook you for someone who looked very similar. Then, given how group psychology works, everyone just assumed that you'd been at the festival.
They couldn't have mistaken me. Mion and all the rest said that they were spending time with Keiichi Maebara. It was much more than just having mistaken someone else for me. But saying that out loud would just confuse Coach. He spoke to me in whispered tones.
Do you feel guilty at all?
It didn't sound like he was criticizing me. And even if he had, I would have flatly said the same thing. I don't. I did it so that I could return the peaceful days that he'd stolen from us. So I plan to forget all about having killed him and live my life as usual. Once Satoko's regular smile returns, the one from before he showed up, everything will finally be over.
Any chance that someone witnessed the crime?
I don't think so. If someone had seen me, I would have been arrested already.
I am a doctor. My job is to save lives. So I cannot make any statements to the effect of condoning the taking of another's life. So instead I will say this.
Uh-oh. Coach slowly rose and placed a hand on my shoulder.
For saving Satoko-chan, I thank you.
Coach's eyes started shedding warm tears. When I looked at him, I started to feel some tears of my own. I didn't know what I was crying for, and so for a little while, the two men in the room fought back their tears. But It's strange.
What is?
I'm sure I killed him, and yet he seems to have returned home alive. Coach's expression immediately sharpened.
Depending on the situation, there are many ways that mere unconsciousness can look like the real death to a layperson. Do you think it's possible he was just knocked out?
I didn't check for a pulse, but I'm pretty sure I did him in.
Can I ask you to reproduce the situation when you attacked him, Mayabara-san?
Coach rolled up a health and fitness week poster nearby and offered it to me to represent the bat. Though I may have been lost to the emotions of a beast that night, I remembered in detail the number of times I swung the bat, the angles I had swung from, and the force I had applied. Using Coach as a stand-in for the uncle, I reproduced them over, one by one. And when he tripped and fell, I bashed him in the top of his head, like this. When I did it, it felt different from the other strikes. I thought I'd cracked his skull. Coach was calmly analyzing this information, using the places I'd struck and the situation at hand to find out what state the uncle's body had been in. I wasn't totally sure he was dead, so I hit him a few more times after he fell.
Did he react at all?
At first, I sort of felt his body jolting with every hit, but eventually that stopped too, and he didn't react at all. Coach folded his arms and said, a few times. And then he spoke.
He's dead. There's not much doubt about it.
He didn't just look like he was?
I can't say very much from just your story, Mayabara-san. I think it's almost certain. Besides, you buried the corpse in the mud, and that took you quite a bit of time, right? Let's say it took you 30 minutes. That would mean he was buried under the muddy water for those 30 minutes. If you don't breathe for that long, your brain will die no matter what.
You mean even ignoring how hard I hit him, he would definitely have died while I was burying him?
That's right. It's impossible to stay alive buried underground for 30 minutes.
Impossible. You're right. But Satoko, she says he's alive. Coach, a doctor, just gave his stamp of approval that he was dead for sure. That made it seem all the more unfair that he could still be among the living.
Mayabara-san, this is a really horrible idea, but is it possible that the person you killed wasn't actually her uncle?
That's what I said. Huh? He's right. That could be why. It cleared up the inconsistency of my definitely having killed someone, but him still being alive. There's no way. I mean, we were both at Satoko's house when she was bringing his alcohol inside, and there was a man who stuck his face out the window to look. It was him, right? That was Satoko's uncle, right?
Yes. You're not wrong. It was that man.
Could she have had more than one uncle or something?
Not one that I've ever heard of. It's just him.
Could you tell me what he looked like?
Well, his height first. He was about 175 centimeters, maybe a little taller.
In order to eliminate the worst possibility that I'd killed someone else, Coach began to thoroughly compare what the man in his mind looked like with what I told him the person I killed looked like. But no matter how in-depth my description went, none of the characteristics differed. The uncle's traits, according to Coach, were all exactly the same as the person I'd killed. But those traits were all extremely vague, and they weren't particularly distinct at a glance. It was also very dark. Could you, is there anything else about him that would let us identify him for sure?
Now that you mention it, I've never seen it, but I believe Satoko-chan once said a long time ago that he had a tattoo of a tiger or something on his back.
A tattoo? That was really important. Not everyone had a tattoo. If I found a tiger tattoo on the back of the man's corpse, it would be proof I'd killed the right one.
Oh, context for some people who might not know. That's way more identifying in Japan because tattoos are very frowned upon.
Ah, I see. I didn't know.
They're very much like a Yakuza thing.
That's what I figured,
tattoos
yeah.
are a thing that you get if you're in the Yakuza.
Yeah.
And you do not enter polite society with a tattoo.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Checks out. At the moment, though, there was one other thing that would verify this. to go to Satoko's house and see for myself the uncle that had returned home despite having died. But that was far more terrifying than digging up the body and looking at its back. Without even looking at the tattoo, I knew for sure the one I'd killed had been Satoko's uncle. I cracked his head open and killed him, and yet he'd gone back home. There wasn't any misunderstanding or even the shadow of a doubt in my mind about having killed him. And yet, it was impossible for him to exist. Kind of like how Keiichi Maibata had been at the festival, despite it being impossible. That small commonality made me feel as though a faint but bizarre force was permeating this insane Hinamizawa. Yeah, lots of public bathhouses won't let you in if you have a tattoo. That's crazy.
That's less enforced for foreigners because, like, they know that that's not as much of a thing over, like, in the West.
Yeah.
But, like, for home Japanese citizens, definitely.
Yeah.
I wonder what on earth could have happened. Despite you not going to the festival and killing Satoko-chan's uncle. You were at the festival, and the uncle you killed is alive.
None of this makes any sense. When I look at everything that way, it's almost like I'm just having a nightmare and there's no killer at all. But it's the truth. The sensation as I used my own hands and the bat to bash him again and again, it was no illusion or dream. Coach let out a slow sigh, then after looking at the clock, got up.
Let's go over all of this a little more seriously. If you'll excuse me, I'll go put on some tea. Clinic's about to close, after all. I need to let the other employees leave.
Coach stood up and went out into the hallway, leaving me alone. The clock was about to strike 6. I was at the festival, and the uncle I'd killed was alive. Had I really committed murder yesterday? The only whisper of a fact that proved it happened was the absence of that bat from Satoshi's locker. In any case, I was glad that Coach had taken my nonsense seriously. I just confessed to murder. Normally, that would frighten a person away. But Coach didn't run, he cried with me. I was glad he did. Honestly, out of everybody he could have told, as much as I hate Irie is the one person who would listen and be like, bro, good job. Like so, my tension smoothly melted away and I suddenly realized I really had to urinate. Oh, me too, buddy. Thought to use the restroom while Coach had stepped out. There was one across from the waiting room. As soon as I left the room, I saw Coach and 2 male doctors wearing white clothing standing in the shadows of the hallway nearby. I didn't particularly intend to eavesdrop or anything, but I was quite surprised upon noticing how uneasy they seemed. Oh no. I hid behind the wall and quietly listened in. It seemed like Coach was giving directions to the 2 doctors. You want me to be the other doctors and you can still be
Sure.
EDA? Okay. Black tea. I'll make some.
Mix in the sedative you think best for the occasion. Cover the taste with milk and sugar.
Oh! He may grow suspicious at the sudden onset of drowsiness. It's possible he may get agitated and become violent.
We will handle that. How many male staff are still here?
1 mountain dog, including us 3. What was all this? I think I was already agitated despite what Coach said. Was that it? Was it just a casual conversation and it was only sounding unbelievable to me? Coach said he would bring some black tea and left the room. And then in the shadows he was telling his subordinates to put some kind of sleeping powder in the tea. Plus, they were getting extra help in case I thought sudden sleepiness was suspicious and started getting violent. Hey, wait, Keiichi Maibata. Calm down. There's no way something this stupid could be happening. I mean, he was genuinely listening to my story, and he even cried with me. I thought he was the one person in Hinamizawa who would understand. This was...
There are signs of fabrications or falsehoods, and his memories of yesterday in particular are completely confused. He can no longer tell truth from falsehood. It's quite similar to multiple personality disorder. But as for how quickly this mental disorder emerged, it's just not normal. Maybe it's inborn, or perhaps there were signs of it before he moved here. I'd like to take a look at any records of him staying at a mental hospital before he moved here. In any case, I want him to take a quiet nap.
The two doctors nodded deeply.
I should probably contact Mayabara-kun's parents, too. Though I can't think of what to tell them. Please find his home phone number for me.
My eyes, still moist, began to shed tears once more. This was too cruel. I really thought he had actually understood and had believed what I told him. But now, from the other side of that wall, he was bluntly treating me like a crazy person. I believed you. I believed you. I had let down my guard because I thought you were the only ally I had left after that insane night. Was that a lie? All that about thanking me on Satoko's behalf. Were you just pretending in order to keep me placated? Ugh! My tears fell to the floor in frustration. I was an idiot. I was an idiot. I was such an idiot for believing that bastard. I heard footsteps approaching the doctors. A man in a dress shirt with no tie came running up. Oh, Dr. Idiot.
Dr. Irie.
Here, you go for it. Go.
It's terrible. They found Takano-san. Takano-san? Wait, where? Well, apparently they discovered her burned corpse in the mountains in Gifu.
That's it?
She's dead? Takano-san?
The men, all surprised, exchanged glances. Dead? Takano-san? Hey, wait, so then, does that mean when I cursed her wishing for her death that wish was granted?
What do you mean, burned corpse? Was it an accident? According to the statement from the prefectural police department, the possibility is extremely high that she was murdered.
As I cried, I laughed quietly. Serves you right. Serves you right. If I hadn't run into that woman, my murder would have been perfect. But she just had to come driving up to me and tried to coerce me like that. I regretted not having killed her on the spot, but now she was dead anyway. My curse, my wish for her demise, it was fulfilled. Serves you right. Serves you right.
Risa-san died, and Takano-san died. What on earth could be happening in Hinamizawa?
Who the fuck is Risa-san?
Don't tell me that this was all Oyashiro-sama's curse for this year?
Like hell, I'll let the curse be real, Coach said. Everyone present just noted as Coach cursed at no one in particular. Yes, maybe it wasn't Oyashiro-sama, but this was definitely a spell, a curse. I wished for her to die, so she did! If this wasn't just a coincidence, and she died because I wished for it, then you'll die next, Coach. You betrayed me. You pretended to believe me, but deep down you thought I was a madman. You looked down on me with all that pity in your eyes.
For now, get the black tea ready. I'll bring it inside. I don't think he'd let anyone besides me be alone with him.
That's what I said, okay. Sorry, I skipped too fast.
You're fine.
Shit! What do I do? What do I do, Keiichi Maibara? This time I heard the voice of a nurse. Do you want to be the nurse?
Sure.
Dr. Irie? Oh, there you are. You have a phone call.
I'm a little busy at the moment, so please tell them I'll call back. Who is it from?
Mr. Oishi from the Okinomiya Police Department?
Wondering when he'd return.
Ah. Sheesh, what bad timing. Alright, I'll answer it.
Coach left to go answer the phone. The other men headed towards the room with the teapot to make the black tea, like Coach had ordered them to do. Fortunately, Coach having to take that phone call meant there would be extra time for me to act. I had to decide what to do now. Would I let him make me drink the sedative-infused tea or be held down and thrown into a mental hospital? Nothing would come from starting a brawl here. They had more people anyway, and they were all bigger than me. If it came to a fight, I didn't stand a chance in hell. If I couldn't win against them, then there was only one thing left to do. Run. Adrenaline suddenly rushed into my brain and my body started to move with keen instinct like it had on that night. My surface temperature quickly cooled and the transmission routes between my cells enlarged. Using 360-degree visual information, I searched for an escape route. I would open the window behind me. Outside was a parking lot. There were no cars. A little beyond, there was the bicycle I had taken to get here. I determined that this would be the quickest method of escape. I approached the window swiftly, but with little sound to raise as little suspicion as I could. With the speed and silence of a shadow, like I'd had on that night, I chased her uncle. I unlocked the window and opened it up. A cool evening breeze wafted in. I stuck my head out and looked over the parking lot again. Nobody in sight. No need to hesitate. I quickly crawled outside and closed the window behind me. I held my breath and listened carefully. Nobody seemed to have realized I'd run. I looked around. Then I jumped onto my bicycle and zoomed away. I've had nightmares like this. The pedals clattered under the force. Had my bike always creaked like this? Did the pedals always whine every time I pushed down on them? My bike wasn't the only one crying, though. My tears fell as the wind cut through them. They rode the breeze and scattered behind me. Ugh! I hate this! I hate this! I'm not the crazy one. Hinamizawa is. How dare you treat me like a madman? Die! Die! Just fucking die already! I believed you. I believed you. Ooh-ah! I'd gone to the hospital in order to escape Rena and Mion's invitation, but the reality that was waiting for me had been too cruel. Who was insane? Me or Hinamizawa? Or was the answer something else? I started having trouble breathing. I didn't have any clue what was happening anymore. The loud chirps of the Higurashi were irritating me. Ah, were even the Hinamizawa Higurashi I knew so well calling into the wind? No, that wasn't quite it. They weren't calling. They were crying. When they cry. The pained wailing of those lost in some kind of rhythm in another world, no longer able to return to their own sunlight. I didn't do all that to end up in a world like that. And actually, at about this time, I might have been having fun with everyone else. Satoko would have gotten her smile back after realizing her uncle wouldn't ever come home, and she might have shown it to us at our first club meeting in a while. That was the kind of world I wished for. So, what was this? Why did I end up in such a strange, ghastly world? Someone I'd killed was living like normal, and I had enjoyed myself at the festival despite not being there. I don't want it. I don't want this strange world. When did it start to go wrong? When? When? No matter how much I thought about it, I never understood. I rode swiftly and returned to my home. It had begun to rain during my journey back, and just like yesterday, I was now soaked. But I didn't care about something so trivial right now. The pain I felt in my heart that Coach, the one person I trusted, was acting so cruelly, was far worse. Did I have no allies in Hinamizawa anymore? With the naive thought that I at least wanted my parents to side with me, I stepped up to the front door. Wait. Keiichi. It'll be dark soon. There's something you want to check, right? Oh, the body. Yeah. I wanted to dig up the man's corpse and get a look at his back. If there was a tiger tattoo there, I would know beyond a doubt he was Satoko's uncle. You're not going to be able to find where you buried him. That long night wouldn't end until I was certain. If this insane world was all reparation, all a divine punishment, then I needed to make certain whether I had been successful enough to even deserve to pay that price. I went to the storage room again and got the shovel. It had been washed in the rain, but the paint was peeling, making it look unsightly. I never, ever wanted to touch this thing again. The sensation of it in my hands was totally different from the night before. There was a ruthless coldness about it. Yeah, it would be dark soon, so I'd need the lantern too. There would be a little bit of light from the streetlights, but it would get extremely dark. I thought I put the lantern here. You left the lantern! I remember I pointed that out. But I suddenly noticed it wasn't anywhere to be found. Would you like to take over for Keiichi narration for a bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
Cool.
it hit me like a bolt of lightning. Of course. On that night, I hadn't brought the lantern back with me. I'd left it at the place I buried the body. If I didn't go get it soon, it would get very dark. And then not only would I be unable to find the spot I'd buried the corpse, but I wouldn't even be able to find the lantern itself. If that happened, it was all over.
Oh, I want to address what Gil said in chat. Random thought, what if Rika and Shion were trying to help Keiichi form an alibi? That was my first thought, but the way, like, they were speaking, it seemed like they actually, like, saw him. Like, I thought they were just, like, because there were more, that it was more than just, like, the main crew. It was also Okamura and the other kid that had seen Keiichi, and they were all talking like he was there. It was like too convincing. They weren't trying to create an alibi for him. He was there. I need to hurry.
In order to fit the shovel in the basket in the front of my bike, I'd need to twist it and disassemble it. But it looked like there was dirt in the joints, and no matter how hard I pushed, it didn't want to come apart. After a strenuous effort, I realized I couldn't get it apart, so I decided to hold it in one hand and ride my bike with the other. Ugh, sorry for my weird voice. I'm like got a hiccup caught in my throat.
Oh no! If you need me to take back over.
No, I'm good. I got it.
Okay, gotcha.
Ugh.
Oh,
With the downpour soaking me through and a shovel in one hand, and riding one-handed, it was as if I'd returned to that night. No, return was the wrong word. It was more like that night had have never ended. The pain of the raindrops striking me were no different from then. The thing that was different was Hinamizawa. The world and nothing else. The rain clouds were already making it dark, and now was about time for the sun to set. I could tell it would only get rapidly darker. The straight road leading to town. In the middle of it. That should be where I buried it. Yeah. It was near that streetlight. On that night, too, the water from the downpour was splashing down from the streetlight's overhang like a waterfall. The pouring rain was exactly the same as it had been that night, unless it brought my memories into focus. I left my bike in the brush and stepped into the forest, the ground already soaked with mud. Where had I buried him? Think. The darkness, the shadows, the water, the mud. Everything was the same. Think! And then I spotted the lantern by a fallen, moss-covered tree. That's right, I left it right there. I left the lantern here, then I would have buried him over there. With the sensation of standing in the sludge, my feet remembered the spot better than my eyes did. I plunged my shovel into the ground. It's hard. It wasn't here. I just dug it up, so it should have been softer. I stick my shovel down in a few spots to test what they feel like. One of them clearly felt deeper. I recalled where the lantern was, where the trees and things were in relation to each other, and knew that it had to be here. Under here slept that man's corpse. There would definitely be the tattoo of a tiger on his back. But if it
oh, you got cut out. Oh no.
related instead.
You Discord is being foolish, but it's okay, we can read.
Is it, like, cutting me out completely?
Yeah, it cut you out completely for a second, and then you came back. But that was the first time that happened for me, this whole stream.
It's been doing it, a few times for me, and I don't know what the problem is. Because, like, I check my connection, and it says I'm at green, and you checked your connection before, and it said you were fine.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah, that's weird.
More Hinamizawa mysteries.
More Hinamizawa mysteries. You know what? Hang on.
Hi.
Hang on. I might have my crisp on right now. I do. Let me turn it off. Maybe that'll help on your end.
I don't
at least.
think it's that, because it's like, I can hear the game just fine, and I can see it advancing, but, like, you're completely silent. And it's not, that's not how it works when Crisp is on. It, like, cuts out specific bits and pieces.
Yeah.
It never cuts you out completely.
Strange. Must just be the internet somewhere, down the line. Anyway.
I guess.
Did you already read that?
No.
Okay, read it.
I would be more dazed at the fact that Satoko's uncle wasn't dead than I would regret have gotten someone mixed up in this. If this insane world was punishment for the sin of committing murder, I wouldn't be able to accept it until I'd killed Satoko's uncle for good. And then, without any fear, I'd attack him again. And that time I would kill him for sure. But what if the tattoo was there? That would mean I'd killed Satoko's uncle. That would be terribly strange. If I'd killed him for sure, then who was the uncle at Satoko's house this very moment? Impossible. I didn't even know anymore what I was using the word impossible to refer to. I've used the word quite a few times today. If I had to make the word impossible fit just one thing, what would it be? That much was obvious to me.
It would be impossible for this crazy world to be real.
I shouted, then turned behind me. There was nobody there, of course. It hadn't been bothering me for a while, but those footsteps had followed me this entire day. Even just now, an extra set of footsteps had splashed behind me. No one was actually there. No indication of anyone, even. But they were there.
Who are you? You've been following me ever since I came to this world.
That's right. Thinking back, the first time I'd heard those footsteps was after Takano-san and I had parted. Those footsteps were my welcome into this strange, inside-out world. No one could be there. I'd get no response. Whoever it was, they just kept staring at me. It wasn't ominous, just unpleasant. After staring into empty space for a bit as I bathed in the rain, my illogical anger slipped away. My tension loosened, and a tired feeling reared its head. I tasted this feeling that night, too. The sudden exhaustion I felt as the tension in my brain loosened. My vision quickly narrowed, and I felt like everything around me had suddenly gotten darker. I couldn't give in to this sensation. I would light what little explosives were left in my brain and force myself to keep going. I needed to dig that man up before my stamina ran out. I needed to see that tattoo on his back. I caught my suddenly ragged breath and calmed down. Then, I stuck the shovel into the soft, muddy ground again. It felt exactly the same as that night. The sense of digging a hole in the beach with water coming into it with every wave. What day was today? Had I gone back to the night of Watanagashi? Every strange thought that came to my mind tormented me. Given my exhaustion, I didn't think I could manage to hold those thoughts back. Once the hole was deep, all illumination finally faded, blanketing my vision in jet black. It was probably the moment the sun had fully set, too. That night, I had feared the worst, and gone without using much light. My senses were so strained that I could see even in that darkness. But now, I didn't have any kind of that strength left. I drained everything I had last night, and now the darkness would be lethal. I decided to turn on the lantern. Putting it on the first setting would make it give off a faint light. Even with how little there was, it was enough, and people wouldn't be able to see it from far away in this rain. I grabbed the chilled lantern, turned the dial with a click, set it to the weakest light setting, and turned it on. Ah. An uncanny world of silhouettes appeared before me. A complex and strange shadowy world created by the intricate entanglement of trees and branches. I had only turned on a light, and it was like that was all it took to make the world into something else. I let out a quick, tired breath and wiped the liquid, neither rain nor sweat, from my brow. Then I raised the shovel into the air and slammed it into the mud. That moment, the silhouettes surrounding me, ominously all moved at once. Inside my head, something packed in there, something coarse but not hot or cold, was loudly rushing about. The silhouettes were all around me, looking down at me. And one of them, a silhouette bigger than the others, stepped forward.
Oh no!
Good evening.
All right.
The moon sure is beautiful tonight.
You want me to switch back to Keiichi narration as
Yeah.
your Oishi? Gotcha. The coarseness in my brain shot through my whole spine and left me at my waist. The strength in my body all left me through my hips, and I crouched down with a splash into the sea of mud. I dug myself. Oishi.
Is that really how you address your elders? You'll have a rough time of it once you become an adult.
It wasn't only Oishi, but 5 or 6 of them in a row. Men wearing raincoats. I had no inkling that this many people had gotten so close. It was like, once I turned on the lantern, they just appeared there, sliding out of the shadows.
Please, don't mind us. Just think of us as trees in the forest, perhaps.
Don't mind them?
Yeah. Pay no attention to us. Please, continue digging your hole. It's very late and raining very hard. And you're working pretty fervently. We won't get in your way. Please, dig to your heart's content.
No, thank you, I said. When I tried to get up and turn around, 2 men blocked that route. They stood on either side of me and lifted me up with amazing strength, then threw me into the sea of mud.
Police brutality.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, Oishi is a cop! As I soaked in the mud bath I dug for myself, I looked up at the silhouettes looking down at me. Oishi squatted, picked up my shovel, and threw it at my feet for me. It bounced loudly off the mud and hit me in the face.
Come. Please, continue. Continue.
I couldn't bear the oppressiveness of the silhouettes surrounding me, and slowly I stuck the shovel into the mud again. I felt like I was digging my own grave. If I kept digging, it wouldn't matter whether there was a tattoo or not, because that man's corpse would appear eventually. It was all over, surrounded on all sides and nowhere to go. But I just couldn't figure it out, no matter how much I thought about it. Why were they here? Was it Takano-san? There was only one person who could have made the connection between me and this place. Shit, I knew it. She deserved to die.
Stopping so soon.
Bam! Oishi kicked me in the back, which took me by surprise, sending me flying into the mud.
Hurry up and dig, please. You really should consider the fact that some of us are standing out here in the rain.
Fuck you. If you don't like the rain, then just go home. Oishi kicked some mud into my face.
Use your hands, please, not your mouth. Only stage actors do both at once. Isn't that right, boys?
The men around him didn't react, not knowing quite whether they should laugh, but when Oishi glared at them, they started mumbling out pained chuckles. Just who? Who was this guy? I knew the world had changed after that night, but if I went even further back, didn't it start when this guy showed up? That was when our peaceful days had been taken from us. I also pointed that out. Ever since he showed up in Hinamizawa, things had been odd. Everyone stopped smiling and the world went crazy. The ground under my feet gradually got harder and heavier. At this point, even I started to think something was odd. I hadn't buried him this deep on that night, had I? My exhaustion peaked and I sat down on the spot. How long do you want me to dig?
Kids these days have no stamina. Hey, you!
At Oishi's gesture, the men all pulled out their own sinister-looking shovels. As I watched a daze, one of them grabbed my collar, dragged me out of the hole, and threw me to the ground. The rest of the men stepped into the hole I dug and started shoveling themselves. As I stared at them, dumbfounded, Oishi sauntered over and squatted down to look at me directly.
Keiichi Mayabara-san, is this a hobby of yours, digging holes on rainy nights?
When I didn't respond, Oishi took one of the tin buckets they were using to bail out the muddy water, scooped up some of it, and splashed the whole thing in my face.
The rain's heavy today, too. No matter how wet I get, I still don't understand the appeal.
Oishi smiled to himself, then scooped up another bucket full of muddy water.
I'll ask you again. Is digging holes on rainy nights your hobby?
Who the hell would have a hobby like that? Splash. Oishi hit me with another bucket full of muddy water. The pebbles in it stung.
Will there be something in that hole? I've always liked that story, you know, about the old man who could make plants bloom and the puppy digging in his yard for gold.
As he spoke, he ran the bucket through the muddy water again. Also, Gazoot says, Oishi strikes me as a former Yakuza gone clean.
I can see that.
Yeah, I can see it too. To splash it in my face again.
What kind of treasure's buried down there, hmm? Can't you at least give me a hint?
If you want to know, then dig on your own time. You fucking pig!
Damn right!
I wasn't saying that out loud, but Oishi mercilessly drenched me in muddy water again anyway. Shit. If only you hadn't showed up, the world wouldn't have gone wrong. Ever since you showed up, things have been strange. Satoko got abused by her uncle. I ended up killing him, and the world went crazy. He was how it all began, because of this culprit. He splashed another bucket of mud in my face. My insides were seething with anger. Die, you die too. If I had some strange power to kill someone by cursing them, like with Takano-san, then you're dead. And it won't be Oyashiro-sama's curse, it'll be mine. I'll curse you and kill you.
What a rebellious look you're wearing. Why don't we use the opportunity to teach you a thing or two in that regard? We really do live in peace these days. When I was about your age, corporal punishment was the norm for everything.
Oishi-san. One of the digging men in raincoats wiped some sweat off and called Oishi over. Oishi tossed the bucket away, then turned around with an evil grin on his face.
Yes, what is it?
Please, look at this. Acceptance, or maybe resignation. I wanted to say to them, so you blockheads finally found it. Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who killed him. But you're the police, so it's your own job to figure out who he is, right? Come on, prove to me that he's really Satoko's uncle.
What on earth?
We think it's an old drain pipe. It seems to be connected to the irrigation channel over there.
Thing. It's not being used, is it?
Yeah, it did the it cut you out completely thing again. God damn it. Ah, well. Like I said, we can read if that ever happens. The men all exchanged glances, then hesitantly broached another topic. Oishi-san, the ground down there is pretty hard. I don't think anyone could be deeper than this.
Did we get the location wrong?
No, at first it definitely felt like the place had been dug up before. But after digging so far, the ground suddenly hardened. We think we've gone down further than the hole that was originally dug.
So, what does that mean? There was a hole here and someone filled it back up?
One moment. Sorry. There was a hole here.
Oh. I don't have the stream open.
It's gone now. Yes, you.
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
What? What are they talking about?
Well, I'm at a loss.
Oishi grabbed my collar and dragged me to the huge hole they dug. The mud inside was like an ocean, and I couldn't see any drain pipe down there. One of the men stirred it with a shovel, letting me hear it clang against something hard. There was no doubt I'd buried him right here, but I hadn't buried him this deep. I didn't dig deep enough to unearth an entire drain pipe. So, then, this man, his corpse, where was it? Proof that I'd been successful on that night was gone. Gone! Then what on earth was I actually crazy after all? And just possessed by the delusion that I'd killed someone? It couldn't be. It was the unmistakable truth. It couldn't have been a hallucination. But now, the most important evidence that it hadn't been an illusion was gone. I killed him. I buried him. I had absolute unwavering confidence in that fact. Then, did I fail to kill him? After I left here, had he started breathing again, crawled out, and gone back to Satoko's house? Was that it? I had come here to see whether he had a tattoo or not. And yet, the truth I unearthed was far more than that. Yesterday, what was I killed him. I buried him. There was no doubt. But for some reason, he lived and crawled back out. And that was impossible too. I'm so tired of hearing the word impossible over and over. I get it. Dead people don't like to play by the rules here in Hinamizawa. Then I'll kill you as many times as I need to. I'll keep killing you until you never show your face to Satoko again. Oishi and the others were muttering to each other. Eventually their conversation ended and Oishi came towards me. What did he want to say? What did he want to do? I stiffened, tensing up, and then Oishi just ignored me like I wasn't even there and passed right by me. The other men too. They ignored me and shuffled away. Eventually, there was no longer a sign that anyone was around, and I returned to my quiet world of silhouettes. The only one left there was me. Only the sound of the pouring rain filled up the silence. Could that be the end of this chapter?
The body is gone.
The body is gone. The uncle's alive. Oh my god, I need to pee.
Oh my god, same. I need to piss so bad.
Guys!
Gone. Turned up nothing. Thank you, Steam Achievements.
Thank you, Steam Achievements. It's a piss break. Let's go. I have some thoughts. I'm back. Whenever you return, we can talk about the thoughts. Because boy howdy, do I have me some thought. But we have new tips, too. They're probably both important. Oh, I should have turned the redeems back on. Oh well.
Hi, bestie.
Hello. I have
Sorry,
thought...
that took a minute.
Oh, it's fine. I just got back.
I opened my bedroom door, and all of the plushies that were on the top, balanced on the top of my TV, fell off.
Oh my god. I have a thought, I have a theory, but it's like not completely fleshed out.
That's okay, tell me.
Every time somebody is murdered, the timeline splinters. That's my thought. That's my thought.
Okay. Tell me what this would mean.
This would mean that Keiichi is in a new dimension. He has been demoned away, basically. So that would mean every time someone is demoned away, it's because they killed someone. That would mean, with the Watanagashi, the entire... This person got killed, and this person disappeared. Oh,
Hang on.
okay, you're good.
Hang on.
But I'll continue for my chat. But every time, so first time it was Takano and Tomitake. Tomitake is the one who died, but he like clawed his own throat out, and Takano was the one who disappeared. So my theory, Takano is the one who injected Tomitake with the stuff to make him do that, and then she is now like got whisked away into another timeline or something. Into a different dimension, a different world of Hinamizawa, so like Keiichi is kind of describing. So in the worlds where Keiichi ended up killing Satoko's uncle, he disappeared. And now he's in a different dimension where he did go to the Watanagashi Festival. And Satoko's uncle is still alive. And that's my theory right now. And I also had the theory that one of the bodies is gonna be Keiichi. I don't know how strongly I feel about that one, but that's a theory. We still haven't had that confirmed or denied. Takano has been found. Tomitake has been found. It would be interesting if we found a Keiichi body, or a Keiichi. Keiichi's probably just disappeared in that other timeline that he just got whisked away from. That's my theory. It doesn't have a whole lot, like, there's still no explanation of why the fuck this is happening, but these are the dots I'm connecting right now. So.
I've connected the dots. You ain't connected shit.
I haven't connected shit. Anyway, I imagine both of these are important.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to read them?
Sure.
Cool.
Okinomiya Police Station Command Center transmission recording. June 20th, 8:08 p.m. This is Okinomiya Police Station. We read you loud and clear. Hello. We'd like you to look up a license plate for us. Shishibone H4344.
I can be the other voice if you want to just go back and
Sure.
forth. Shishibone H4344. All right. Please give us just a moment to look it up.
Thank you. Number match.
Okay, yeah.
Shishibone H4344. Owner, unknown. Address, redacted. Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. Vehicle, make, and model, redacted. Deaths report, none. Special mentions, nothing of note.
Okinomiya Security Police to Oishi. We found the license plate from earlier. Oishi, do you read? Oishi, please respond. Am I getting a bad signal? Anyone in Oishi's car, please... Nothing, eh? You want to be...
Oishi someone wanted a license plate check? Whose car was it?
Someone from the village. A completely average car.
Who was it? If Oishi-san was asking, then it can't be anyone good, right?
Special mentions column is completely blank. No indication it's related to the S group either. And no demerits on it.
Maybe he passed him on the road and he got mad. That guy isn't the type to forget a grudge. Julian naps is a theory.
Do you mean Shion or Mion? Mion is the one we usually speak to. What if Mion and Rena actually dug up the body and all the kids just got bullied into an alibi and they got all creepy because Keiichi can't read the room and became an unreliable narrator thinking they were being scary? Ha. Interesting theory. Love it.
Record of malice.
Let's do it.
He said it smelled. He said the food smelled. He said it smelled because I smelled. He said I smelled because I don't take baths. He said to take a bath 3 times a day because I was a smelly person. He said I had to stay in the bath for a long time every time. He must be possessed by something too. This is the same thing the man who died said. Why does he know what that man said before? That much is obvious. The same thing that possessed that man is now possessing him. Can't a sudden earthquake make a big hole in front of the house? If it did, he'd definitely go and look into it. And then I just have to push him in. I won't give in until I get that chance. I won't give in. I won't cry. I won't give in. I won't cry. Someone is apologizing again.
Ah, the apologizing, reoccurring theme. I see.
I'm sorry.
Right. I'm sorry. Save. Close. Continue. This is the final chapter. Drinking my water before I start narrating. Alright. The body wasn't there. The police didn't arrest me because of that. But I didn't know whether to feel happy about it. Just like Satoko had said, I'd failed to kill her uncle. The body wasn't there, so I was forced to conclude as much, no matter what strange natural disaster, coincidence, or miracle it might have implied. In order to free Satoko, I became a demon. And this abnormal world was my reward. Yes, metaphorically, I had fallen into the demon world. But if that price had been exchanged for the life of Satoko's uncle, then that would have been fine. Would have been fine. Since Satoko's uncle was still alive, still shackling her to him, I needed to become a demon once again. One more time. No. As many times as it took. I would kill that man over and over again until Satoko was liberated. I had already awoken. I looked at the clock to see that it was early in the morning, at just about 5. It was already light outside. Once I'd hardened my resolve to become a demon again, I could feel my whole body teeming with the awakened power once more. Time wasn't an issue. No matter what, I'd do it. I got myself up. The exhaustion from the past 2 days was completely swept away, and I didn't even feel sleepy anymore either. I slowly rose and made sure my body was moving like I wanted it to. I could feel blood flowing through each and every one of my fingers. As I got dressed, I let my mind wander, and I had a strange thought. These 2 days, while I've said it was for Satoko's sake, the only thing on my mind has been killing. I've said it was for Satoko, but while actually carrying out the act, I had completely forgotten about Satoko, albeit only temporarily. Maybe initially it was for Satoko's sake, but now I was just a demon, killing for the sake of killing. And as a result, I'd sunk into a world fit for such a demon. Maybe it was the same for Satoshi. He resolved himself to kill his aunt to save Satoko, became a demon, then disappeared from the sunlit Hinamizawa, vanishing into the demon world. Which meant that after all was said and done, I'd met the same fate as him. I tried to avoid making the same mistakes, but it happened anyway. Which meant that maybe Satoshi was here. Satoshi had come to this world a year before me, so he would be here somewhere. Then, surprised, I stopped walking. There was the second set of footsteps I'd grown so used to hearing. Could you be Satoshi? The empty, lifeless air wouldn't give me an answer, but I felt a strange kind of relief that there was someone there, that Satoshi had stuck with me the whole time. Let's go, Satoshi. Once more. This time, we will set Satoko free for sure. I quietly slipped out of the house so my parents wouldn't notice. If they caught me now, when I'd been out way too late for 2 days now, they'd give me a really angry talking to. I didn't have the time to allow for that to happen. Today, I would put an end to it. If the dead body disappeared, then I didn't have to bury it. I would just burn it to ashes and then take them with me so I could kill him again every time he resurrected. I'll do it again. I'd kill him again, and this time I'd set her free. Outside, the morning light was so beautiful as to stagger belief. I went to the storage room to find weapons with which I could kill him for sure. Blunt or not, it didn't matter to me. Right now, I didn't need to care whether someone saw or if the police came. This world had gone crazy after all. A world where I'd shown up at the festival and had fun, even though I wasn't there. Even if the police arrested me, I'd probably end up going right back home, as if nothing had happened. Both me and the other Keiichi Maibara, even without me, he'd fill in. I could vanish from Hinamizawa without anyone noticing. So basically, I didn't care if I was mistakenly killed. Even if I died, Keiichi Maibara would remain. After all, this isn't the world I belong in. If I was going to be killed mistakenly for Satoko's sake, then that was just part of my duty as her Nini. As those desperate thoughts became serious, the morning air felt more refreshing to me, strangely enough. Oh, this one's scary. Let's go with this. It was a hatchet meant for chopping thick firewood. Its hefty steel blade was sinister, almost as though it was a tool meant for killing people. I couldn't exactly take it out in public like that, so I wrapped it a little in some old newspaper and tossed it into the basket on my bike. Sorry for using you for evil all the time. I'll need you again today, my legs. I apologized to my bike for some reason. For the past 3 days, I've only used it for dangerous things. I've been riding this bike ever since I lived in my old town. I could walk most places I wanted to go, so I hadn't used it all that much. My mom had bought it for me when I entered cram school, thinking it would be a convenient way to get to the station, since it was far away. So I'd always used it to get back and forth from cram school. I'd only ever put textbooks and class materials in the front basket, too. I'd never tried to put a hatchet that I'd be using to kill someone in there. When I came to Hinamizawa, life finally felt fun. I met the best friends ever and had some of the greatest times ever. Those times might have been shattered now, but it was my greatest wish that I could get them back, even if I had to risk my life to do it. That's how fun those times had been. I killed someone, and now I was at it again, needing to kill someone. Murder was a crime. I didn't believe that people should ever think murder was okay, but still, the times I'd had were enjoyable enough for me to commit such a crime. My friends were irreplaceable, and the time spent with them a treasure. Hanging out, laughing, sometimes tricking each other, but always in a friendly way. I didn't fear committing any crime, as long as it was for the sake of taking back those times that gave my heart so much pleasure. Yes, this was a value I decided to uphold. It wasn't something I learned from a school teacher. It was a noble path that I chose for myself. I thought back to when I'd first come to Hinamizawa, about how on the very first day, Satoko had welcomed me via a blackboard eraser with a rock in it. That welcome really surprised the heck out of me. She would laugh, get angry, cry. She was never boring. She was obviously the most childlike one among us, but she was actually lively, full of vim and vigor, and good at meddling in other people's business. That went for Mion, Rena, and Rika-chan, too. Wasn't Satoko the one at the center of everyone's laughing and banter? Satoko would try to look cool. Then Mion would make fun of her endlessly. He had this same kind of flashback and like right before killing Satoko's uncle before. And Satoko would cry, which would put Rena in a state of ecstasy. Rika-chan would be greatly delighted. And I happened to get mixed up in it. We would always fool around like that. It was lonely when someone wasn't around, but if I had to name one for whom it was the worst, it would have been Satoko. Her smile was everyone's smile. Ever since she stopped smiling, so did the rest of us. And for the rest of us, not smiling was the same as dying. It was just like when I was silently going to cram school every day just to maintain my unchanging test scores. So basically, we were nothing when she wasn't smiling. She was full of hot air, but she was our princess, cute and unhateable. In that case, I was her knight, searching for the dragon's castle in order to win her smile back. Knights, of course, use swords. The awesome two-handed kind. Probably the only knight in the history of the world to be taking someone on with a thick, rusty hatchet. Then I saw an old person in the ridge of a field waving to me. Want to be an old person?
Oh my, I had my mic muted. Whoops.
You did.
It's because I was coughing and then forgot to unmute it. Hey, Chillin'. Out for a morning ride, I see.
Good morning! Ohayo! I reflexively waved back in a refreshing way. Should I really have been feeling so happy, waving like that? Satoko's house would be right past this road, going beyond the rice paddies. The cicadas had woken up too, and the next thing I knew, I was the audience to their daily chorus. I gave myself a hit or two in the head, and drove away my merry morning mood. I took a deep breath, then tilted my head back, quelling my pointless excitement. The body wasn't there. Its absence either meant my killing him had been an illusion, or that I'd killed him and he'd risen from the dead, or somebody dug the body up. If I was at the festival, then maybe I should have considered it an illusion. Coach probably thought that way, which is why he treated me like a lunatic. But it being an illusion was just impossible. I killed him without a doubt. Without a doubt. If that had been an illusion, then that would make all of this Hinamizawa I was in right now an illusion. If that was the case, then here's how it would end up. I was actually in a vegetative state due to a traffic accident, and I was currently dreaming in a hospital bed about how great it would be to spend time with friends and rice paddies like these. That was a terrifying thought, though. If this wasn't an illusion, then the only possible answer was that he'd resurrected. It would make him a literal monster. But if he was such a monster, then I was no less than a monster myself. I didn't hesitate to kill someone, and I could even wield curses. Takano-san had died, probably because I'd cursed her. Oh my... I was actually gonna make that comment.
What?
It's a Silent Hill thing.
I don't remember it.
That bad minus ending, like the worst possible ending you can get.
Yes.
In Silent Hill is you were just comatose the entire time, and it was all
that
an
is a
illusion.
bad ending because that's boring.
It is boring. That's the first ending I got when I played it, and I was like, "Oh, that's fucked up. What? Bring me back!" And then that's when I replayed it and got a good ending. That's the whole point, anyway. Takano-san had died, probably because I'd cursed her. Or maybe that was a little much. If Coach and Oishi died too, like I'd cursed them to yesterday, then I'd believe it. I set my bicycle aside and went to take a look. His motorbike wasn't here. Of course it wasn't. I sent it down to hell that night, throwing it into the Onigafuji swamp. He's not going to be there. Or maybe, just like how the corpse wasn't here, maybe the motorbike didn't get thrown into the swamp either. The fact his bike wasn't here might have been because he had gone to town and hadn't come back, not necessarily because I'd thrown it into the swamp. If her uncle wasn't around, then that was convenient on its own. Then I would just show myself in, then wait for him to return, sharpening my hatchet. If he was there. Forgotten sensations came back to my gut. A feeling of tension rose within me. The sensation was like poison, dulling my actions. But it could also be the trigger to allow me to awaken to my superhuman, otherworldly self. I held the hatchet, still wrapped in newspaper. Its weight in my hands was profound, sinister, and reliable. I hadn't put on my watch, so I didn't know what time it was, but it was probably still a little before 7. Man, remember watches? Nobody wears watches anymore.
My dad wears watches.
Whoa.
Not because, like, he needs to particularly. He just likes them. And I respect that.
That's
honestly,
fine.
Because I
Yeah.
also kind of like watches.
I loved watches when I was a kid. I liked being able to tell the time by looking at my wrist. It felt good. And I felt naked if I didn't wear one.
I don't like using my phone to tell the time. Like, picking up my phone and having to look at a screen. I don't like it. I already look at screens enough.
Yeah.
I need a watch.
Kind of want to get a watch now after we've had this conversation.
Extreme watch conversations in chat right now.
A little aside. Satoko would probably be awake preparing breakfast and her lunch, but her uncle would probably still be lazing around in bed. A guy like him probably would have stayed up late drinking and probably always slept until noon. I considered ringing the doorbell and having Satoko open the door for me, but if her uncle woke up at that sound, I'd waste my chance of him still being asleep. If Satoko saw me sneaking inside without ringing the doorbell, she'd be surprised. If I ran into her, what would I say? I've come to kill your uncle for you, so stay quiet. No, I couldn't do that. That would be like making Satoko responsible for his death. Be quiet and go wait outside. Maybe that would do it. How would Satoko react to that? She would probably try and get him to give up on killing him. Get me to give up on killing him. I would have to lie somehow to get her to go outside. Satoko didn't need to know what a murder was going to occur in this house. I couldn't quite think of a good lie to tell her, but I couldn't do much just standing around like this. I made up my mind and grabbed the doorknob.
Just while we're transitioning scenes, I find that background so fascinating, just like looking at the architecture of the house.
Yeah.
And like how there's like a space underneath that you could very easily just get into if you were small enough, and like there's firewood down there and stuff.
Yeah.
I just find architecture that I don't see very often very fascinating. I wanted to be an architect as a kid, and then I found out it contains way too much math.
Yeah, I feel that. There were a lot of jobs, one of them being game development, that like dissuaded me because there was a lot of math involved. But here I am trying to learn how to make games.
You got this.
But I also, going back on the watch conversation, I'm sorry. I had a Pokemon watch that had Ash tell me the time every hour, and it got me in trouble at school a lot. It'd be like, it is 12 p.m. Pikachu, go! And I was like, sorry, that's my watch.
I feel like I vaguely remember someone in primary school having like an annoying watch like that.
I could,
and like getting in trouble with the teachers because they were like, "You're bothering everyone," but like nobody else cared.
I gotta find a trailer for that watch and share it with you because it's funny.
I bet like if you
commercial.
had that watch now, it would be worth like $1 million.
Oh sure. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, then slowly turned it and pulled the doorknob. It wasn't locked. The gap between the door and the wall steadily grew larger. The chain wasn't even on. The oppressive smell of life in Satoko's house hit me. Oh. At the entrance, there were a few pairs of shoes and sandals. I couldn't tell whether he was here or not just by looking at them. Or not. I could hear a television on somewhere. The television was in the messy dining room.
Damn bitch, you live like this?
Buddy. Oh, buddy. I've talked about it before, so I won't go in depth with it. We've had to clean out a lot of apartments that just look like this. A lot of the times worse. So it hurts me heart to see the shit. Buddy. There was food scattered about the table, giving an impression decidedly different from a happy family's mealtime. Meals were for eating food while thanking the person for making it, meaning whatever occurred in this dining room wasn't a meal. Nobody in sight. No sign of anyone either. But with the television on, he must have been close. It's a tiny little TV. Could he have anticipated?
That's what they were like back then.
Yeah. Could he have anticipated my coming and be hiding, waiting for me? The tension I felt was so thick, so tight, that I thought it would choke me. The newspaper wrapping the hatchet's thick blade didn't hamper its power at all. I tightened my grip on it, then very carefully took a look around. Where had those peaceful feelings from before I arrived here gone? Even the sound of sweat bubbling up on my brow got on my nerves. And then I looked at the table and realized something. This wasn't breakfast. The grains of boiled rice were all hard and dried up. Then, was it last night's dinner? I left the dining room, keeping vigilant, and went down the hallway and found the stairs to the second floor. When that man was playing with his friends, he looked out of a second-story window. It was highly possible that room was his own, and that he slept there. I tiptoed up the edge of the stair. Tiptoed up the edges of the stairs, quietly climbing, without making a sound. I couldn't hear any kind of snoring. I didn't hear anything up there. I went through a few rooms, slowly and quietly opening the paper doors, checking inside. But I still couldn't find anyone around. To search more efficiently, I got down on the floor and pressed my ear right up to it. I could hear the television in the dining room, and a low hum, perhaps, of boiling water. It was then that I started to harbor some feelings of suspicion. This house wasn't right. It seemed like people had been here since the TV was on, but it wasn't normal for nobody to be around this early in the morning. I silently descended the stairs and went back into the dining room. I looked at the food scattered about. Completely dried up rice. An overturned bowl of miso soup. Just like she said. Packaged for a side dish. Bought at the supermarket. I could tell Satoko had definitely been the one who made this. The food was far from Mion's perfection or Rena's gentleness, but it was sincere. Judging by how she cooked for me at my house and from the type and amount of side dishes, I deduced the meal was from last night. The numbers stamped into the food package read 830620. June 20th, 1983. That was yesterday. And there was food for two, which meant that this was last night's dinner and Satoko's uncle would have been here then. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't even think about saying the word impossible again. Anyway, her uncle was here last night. That much was the truth. He had found fault with Satoko's food, thrown the bowl of miso soup, and flung the rest everywhere. Hidden deep within, my feelings of calm and composure was lit a flame of anger and a curse. Should I have ever shown this man any mercy? Bump. I heard the sound again. The one from before, like a water boiler. What was it coming from? The first floor? But where? The bathroom, maybe? I could hear the noise coming from the other side of the frosted glass at the far end of the changing room. It had to have been the sound of the water boiler for the bath. Steam was enshrouding the glass door, and the heat from it was leaking into the changing room where I was standing, too. My misgivings deepened. People didn't normally take a bath this early in the morning. If one did, then it would mean that in this house time had been stopped ever since some moment last night. Whistle, whistle, whistle. Was it being reheated? The water boiler in the bathroom had been active this whole time. I checked in a clothing basket and saw Satoko's familiar uniform stuffed in it. The uniform had stains and dried rice stuck to it, certainly not something she could wear today. It was probably from the miso soup at the dinner table yesterday. I looked hard at the frosted glass, but I couldn't see anything through all the steam. And then, an electric surge ran through my mind and a terrible premonition came over me. Could she? She couldn't possibly have been in there since last night. That would be impossible. But no! In Hanamizawa right now, nothing was impossible. I gulped audibly, then quietly pulled aside the glass door. Hot, steaming air burst out of the slight opening. The fan wasn't on in the changing room, so it went completely white with the steam. Just as the hot vapor poured into the changing room, cooler air also flowed into the room with the bath, and I just heard, due to being hit by that air, a very weak moan. That was all I needed to know who it was. Satoko! No answer. Oh. Satoko was in the bathtub, surrounded by a thick layer of rising steam. The top half of her body was leaning over the edge of the tub. She was passed out. The water boiler kept on making a whistling noise as if angered. I could see the gas flame through the small window. It was roaring at full force, completely blue. Satoko's entire body was boiled red and flaccid as though her bones had melted away. She was almost like a doll as she laid there unconscious. Wasn't sure how many seconds passed as I stared in complete bafflement. I came back to my senses and promptly shut off the boiler. Then I dragged Satoko's small body out of the bathtub. The water in it was as hot as the water in public baths. Was she in this boiling water for the entire night? She'll die! She'll die! Satoko's body was lighter than I'd expected as I laid her on the floor and wrapped her in a towel. I went back into the bathroom and opened up the vent, creating a path for a cool breeze to come through. Upon the breeze hitting her, Satoko moaned again. It'll be all right, Satoko. It's me, Keiichi. Do you understand? Can you hear me?
Keiichi,
Satoko recognized me and muttered a response, but I couldn't really tell what she was saying. Her eyes were muddy and unfocused. I could tell she wasn't completely conscious. Upon closer inspection, her limbs and waist were twitching slightly. This was way worse than normal overheating. This was dangerous. Didn't they call this heat stroke? Think, what would the teacher do if a girl passed out in the middle of summer during a marathon in gym class or something? I turned the water faucet in the kitchen all the way on and soaked a towel in it. I then took the cold towel and pressed it to Satoko's forehead. Satoko reacted harshly to the coldness and let out a muffled voice. For burns, right, you would soak the burn spot under running water. Then, could I run cold water in the shower and cool her off like that? No.
No, don't do that.
No. Cool water, not cold. No.
Cold shock kills.
Yeah. If it was that sudden, it wouldn't be good for her heart, and she'd go into shock. I think I read that once before. Yep. This was about as much nursing as I could possibly give her. Anything more than this would be too much for the likes of an amateur. What happened, Satoko? You're all right now. Your Nini will save you for sure.
5,039. 40.
What was Satoko reciting under her breath? I brought my ear to her mouth to better make out the mysterious spell-like words she kept saying, and at that moment, I understood what they were for. Satoko, you're counting? Why? People tell little kids in the bath to count to 100 a lot, right? Satoko was counting like that. But 5,039? You moron! How long were you supposed to count in your own bathtub? I doubted my ears. And doubted her common sense. 10,000? You're a freaking idiot! What kind of dumbass can count to 10,000? There's no way you could do that. You'd boil to death before you got that far. Why were you...
My uncle.
Last night, her uncle flew into a rage at the dinner she'd made, saying it stunk and it was inedible. Satoko didn't understand what on earth he meant. It wasn't much different than what she usually made for him. Maybe he hated the smell of the pickled vegetables she bought in particular. Her uncle then decided the stink was originating from Satoko and shouted at her that she never, ever took baths. And then he put Satoko in the boiling water and told her not to come out until she counted 2. I'll kill you! I snapped and exploded. Raising the newspaper-wrapped hatchet, I stampeded through the house. I searched for anything, traces, signs, smells, vibrations, heartbeats. With a war cry, I raced up the stairs with such force I could have stomped a hole through them. Then I found the futon in the room I thought to be her uncle's, and well aware he wasn't sleeping in it, I bashed it with the hatchet. Did he run into the closet? I'll bust the entire closet down, door and all, and if he's not there, maybe there's a secret door. Any switches or levers in the walls here? I smashed into the wall after wall with the hatchet, crushing them. Dust rose into the air and broken pieces scattered around the floor. I smashed all the glass windows too, for good measure. After I destroyed everything beyond recognition in her uncle's room, my reason finally kicked in and suppressed my emotions. Anyway, her uncle wasn't in the house right now. I'd have to leave killing him until later. Right now, I had to do something about Satoko. I went back to the changing room. Satoko was still lying limp on the floor. There was nothing more an amateur like me could do for her. I needed to take her to the clinic. Coach had treated me like a lunatic yesterday and tried to lock me up in a mental hospital. I never wanted to see his damn face again, but I still needed to go to the infirmary one more time. I needed to have a doctor look at Satoko. I thought about putting her in the dirty uniform lying in the laundry basket, but I had no experience dressing someone, so it would be pretty difficult. Shit, I don't have time to be wasting here. I eventually gave up on clothing her and decided to carry her in her bath towel. The clinic was close to Satoko's house. It would be way faster to carry her there than to call 119. I guess that's 911 over there, and get an ambulance. I threw the biggest towel I could find over her and prompted her to stand. Can you stand? I'll carry you over to the clinic.
Thank you.
Her words sounded clearer than before. She was starting to come back. I cried tears of relief just knowing she'd improved, even a little bit. Satoko turned over so she was lying on her face, and then put up a weak struggle to get up on one knee. I smoothly swept her up and put her on my back. The towel I put on her seemed like it was about to fall off.
The towel, it hurts.
We'll be there soon. It won't be long, so stay strong. It didn't hurt one bit to carry Satoko. She was light. Too light. The lightness actually made me uneasy. Outside, it had gotten hotter, as though eager to attack Satoko. Fucking cicadas. Why did it have to choose this morning to get so hot out? I didn't have time to swear at them. The clinic was this way. Hoisting Satoko on my back, I broke into a trot.
Hey, it sucks here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everyone alright?
Are we all good? All right. I'm still curious if, like, the theory that, like, everybody's just trying to cover it up is true. Like, what if Satoko's uncle wasn't there and she just made this shit up? That'd be interesting. Anyway, continuing. The hilly road to the clinic, with which I had never had difficulties before, was now torturous. Big beads of sweat formed on my brow, and at some point my breath had grown faint. The hatchet in my belt was heavy and made it hard to walk. You're going to the clinic with the hatchet, buddy? I considered leaving it, but I couldn't let it go, at least not while Satoko's uncle was still breathing. The signboard for the EDA clinic came into sight, but I quickly noticed something was odd, so I stopped. Several red revolving lights were flashing at the clinic. 3 police cars were parked in the parking lot with their lights on. There didn't need to be much else to inform me something had happened. I didn't want to see Coach, so I had planned to leave Satoko in the clinic waiting room and give the receptionist a message. But with that police officer Oishi here, I couldn't go inside so carelessly.
What's going on? Why are there so many police cars?
I gently put Satoko down in the shade of the thicket. I don't know. I'll go see what happens, so you stay here for a moment.
Leaving a lady in a place like this wearing nothing but a bath towel is simply unforgivable.
Satoko, you're silly. If you can still fire off those insults, you'll be fine. I'll be right back, I added, getting to my feet. Cautious of my surroundings. Moonpie food time. I hid myself behind a car and got closer to the officers grouped at the clinic's entrance. I overheard an officer wearing a necktie, probably their leader, and a white-robed doctor having a discussion about something. The doctor didn't seem to be Coach. It was one of those who Coach told to make the tea yesterday. You can be Komiyama.
So you were the first one to find it since you were on morning duty. So then? What did it look like?
You want to be a doctor as well?
Sure.
He was sitting on the sofa in the head office. He looked like he was taking a nap. There was a jug and an empty bottle of sleep medication on his desk, so you immediately thought he tried to commit suicide with it. What else?
Oh, fuck.
You're good.
His high temperature and dilated pupils indicated a severe disturbance of consciousness. It seemed like a typical case of sleeping pill poisoning, so I immediately began to treat him.
Without calling the police or an ambulance?
This is a hospital, and I'm a doctor. Since his life was in danger, it's my job to treat him at once.
Yes, I understand. Okay, what else?
His breathing was in disarray, so I put him on a respirator. I also administered breathing stimulants. It had no effect, so I prepared a medical ventilator and...
Right. So in other words, you did what you could, but it wasn't enough. That's it, right? You reported this as soon as he died?
Yes. It was very unfortunate that we were unable to save him.
Whew. Just then, a radio in one of the police cars started to buzz, producing a broken, mechanical voice. Want to be headquarters?
Sure. This is HQ. Komayama-san, can you hear me? Over. Hello? This is Komayama. We've come up with something. It looks like he committed suicide with sleeping pills. No notes or anything.
Suicide? What the heck were they talking about? Someone had committed suicide at the clinic, but who? I wish Takano-san dead, and she died the next day. And yesterday I wished Coach was dead. Then, could he have...
Did he use sleeping medication regularly?
I don't really know.
Did he normally complain that he was tired or wanted to die?
Well, Irie-sensei was normally himself. He never acted like that.
So, I was right. Irie-sensei. They were talking about Coach. Coach killed himself. Why would he do that? There couldn't have been any reason he wanted to die. The only reason that came to mind was that I wanted him dead. This world was insane. If I wanted someone dead, they'd die. That was the kind of world this was. Then, what about Oishi? What happened to him? If people really died because I wanted them to, then something should have happened to him too.
I've sent you back up. The chief wants you to leave the rest of them and get back to searching for Oishi's car. Yes, sir. Please excuse me then. It looks like we're getting relieved here, so please leave everything as it is now. Alright, let's go.
The officers nodded and split up into the patrol cars. Did they just say, searching for Oishi's car? I have the power! Searching for his car. That meant he had gone missing? Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi, when I wished for it the very next day, they disappeared. No matter how angry you were when you said you wished someone was dead, it didn't normally happen. Everyone just knew just wishing for it wouldn't make them dead, and that's why people could utter such curses so lightly. But the curses I uttered were being granted. At the time, I hadn't even been walking, and yet... Tap. I heard a footstep. And it wasn't only one this time. Tap, tap. They came from behind, and they stood right behind me, reaching a hand for my shoulder.
Would you mind telling me what's going on?
Satoko! Don't scare me like that!
I'm the scared one here. I prefer it if you didn't shout so suddenly.
It was Satoko. Her eyes were still unstable, unfocused, but she seemed to be able to at least walk on her own now. She looked far better now compared to her earlier exhausted state. How do you feel? Are you better?
My head still hurts, but I can't stay outside looking like this forever.
She gave a smile, a show of courage, but her legs were still shaky.
Anyway, what on earth is going on? From what I just heard the police talking about.
Coach apparently committed suicide. Satoko was at a loss for words. Her face grew paler and paler, and I could tell she was doubting her own ears.
Keiichi-san, is that true? I didn't mishear you.
That's what I heard. They said Irie-sensei killed himself with sleeping pills. Satoko went down on her knees and broke out in tears.
It can't be. Coach, he would never, ever kill himself.
As I watched Satoko crying and clawing at the grass, I felt myself trapped by guilt and remorse. I got so angry that Coach was treating me like a madman yesterday, that he'd betrayed me, that I thought he'd be better off dead. But even Coach, who, to me, deserved to die, still must have had people who loved and respected him, like Satoko here. In my selfish, egotistical anger, I wished for his death, and it was granted. And now Satoko was crying hysterically as a result. The guilt tore at my heart. I worked myself up to murder for Satoko's sake. I decided I wanted Satoko to be happy. But was that really all it took? Murder meant taking someone's life. It meant making everyone attached to that person sad. In Satoko's uncle's case, of course, nobody would be sad. So I didn't feel a sense of guilt at all. But Coach's death was different. I had wanted to make Satoko happy, and that had resulted in me inflicting a deep sadness upon her, hadn't it? But Coach killed himself. It wasn't my... Satoko still hadn't stopped crying, but she seemed to be a little calmer now. Wiping her tears, she stood up. I'm sorry. And the only thing I could think of to say to her was an apology.
Why are you apologizing?
Well, yesterday I got into a fight with Coach, and I thought that I wanted him to die. I wanted it so he really... Satoko looked at me dubiously for a few moments. Eventually, her expression softened as if she interpreted my words in her own way.
It isn't your fault, Keiichi-san. Coach was an adult, too. He felt like there was something he had to give his life for, and chose to do so after a lot of worrying and suffering. It's not anyone's fault.
She smiled a little, trying to comfort me.
I do not want to be like this forever. I want some clothes.
Are you okay? Shouldn't you get someone at the clinic to...
I won't die from putting on clothes before going.
Satoko readjusted her bath towel and started back along the path. Her stride was wobbly, and it didn't look like she'd recovered as much as she let on. At first, Satoko tried to go back home, but it was the time of the morning when people were going to school and to work, so after seeing people walking around, she thought better of it. She must have been pretty embarrassed wearing only the towel.
I'm going to Rika's house. My clothes should be there. What's wrong? Keiichi-san?
Satoko noticed how I was hanging my head and spoke to me.
Despite how he might have come off, Coach was an adult, alright? He would certainly not have killed himself after a petty fight with you, Keiichi-san. Please stop blaming yourself.
At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but with 3 people now, I couldn't discard the possibility. There's no such thing as impossible in this world. These past few days haven't made any sense.
What hasn't?
Satoko seemed to be having trouble breathing, but she still tried to listen to what I had to say. At the Watanagashi festival the day before last, you went home on the way there, right? And I went there and had a lot of fun.
So it would seem. I do apologize for getting so upset with you about it.
Satoko remembered how she blew up at me in the classroom yesterday and bowed to me a little. If I said I actually didn't go to the festival at all, would you believe me? Satoko looked at me, confused. She couldn't help it, of course.
Of course I wouldn't believe you. What are you on about?
You wouldn't, right? I don't believe it either. I mean, I didn't go to the festival, but everyone's saying I hung out with them there. Nobody would believe it, right?
Are you being serious?
Yeah. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, everything's been messed up. These weird footsteps suddenly started following me everywhere. The blood drained from Satoko's expression.
Footsteps? Following you?
Yeah. I thought it was just my imagination at first, but they stayed with me. They're probably still there. I can't tell them apart now because of your footsteps, though. Satoko took a long and hard look at me. Maybe she was doubting my sanity. Coach did the same thing. I mean, why wouldn't he, after telling him this? The more I thought about it, the more I was unable to endure the feeling that my hatred for Coach had been meaningless. On the day of Watanagashi, I didn't go. I was doing something else. The whole time. I wasn't sleeping or unconscious or anything. So it's not possible that I walked to the festival half asleep and forgot about it afterwards.
That is quite strange. Then how were you at the festival?
That's what I mean. I didn't go to the festival. No. I can't let myself get emotional. If I get agitated now, that'd be like proving that there's something wrong with my head. Sorry. Well, nobody believes me, so yeah. If that's
what you say,
that's you.
Keiichi-san, then Spoony will steal my lines.
Yep.
Then I will believe you. Then what?
That night, I saw Takano-san. And it felt like she was looking down on me. So I made a wish. A wish that she would die.
Takano-san does have that sort of air about her, doesn't she? I cannot say that I don't understand how you feel.
Did you know that Takano-san died? It happened yesterday. Apparently she was burned alive somewhere.
Is that true? She died?
I wished for her to die, and the next day, she was dead. And Oishi from the police, too. Do you know him? That annoying and fat detective guy? Satoko nodded a little. I heard from the police earlier, but apparently he went missing. And yesterday, actually, I wish that he would die.
Is this all true?
I'm not lying. I don't want to believe it either, but it's true. Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi, I wanted them dead, and then they really died. For a little while, Satoko was at a loss. A long silence ensued.
What a scary story! I should be sure not to get in your bad side, Keiichi-san.
And that's not all. There's something even stranger. It's about your uncle.
I would rather you not talk about my uncle.
He was there yesterday, right? At your house.
Could we please stop talking about him? I don't want to.
It's impossible. He couldn't have been there.
I said stop talking about him. No! No!
That man couldn't have been there after the night of Watsunagashi because I...
No! No more! Please, no more about that man!
I killed him with my own hands. Even the cicadas stopped crying. Her face was streaked with tears, and it stiffened even more as she looked at me in disbelief. On the night of the Watsunagashi, I killed your uncle. So it's impossible that he could have gone back home. But still, he went back. And last night, he found fault with the dinner you made him, yelled all sorts of things at you, and then basically boiled you in the bathtub. That couldn't possibly have happened. So I wanted to make sure I'd actually killed him. So yesterday, I went to dig up the corpse I buried, but the body wasn't there. Is that even possible? I killed him for sure, but there was no body, and he went home like nothing happened, home to you, and that wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Satoko's entire body stiffened. She was shrinking away, like there was someone in front of her about to hurt her. You probably think I've gone a little crazy, don't you? I don't blame you. I can't believe it myself.
Keiichi-san, I think you are very confused after all the people you wished were dead coincidentally died. You're just in shock at Coach's suicide and you're really upset. I think you should stay home from school today and rest. I'll be fine, so please take care of yourself.
Satoko spoke like she understood me, but she also told me to go home. I could see the revulsion in her face and knew that she didn't want to be around me anymore. Once I show you to the clinic, I'll go home. Your legs are still shaking, aren't they? It would be terrible if you collapsed halfway there.
Really, I am fine now. I do not want to keep exposing myself to a man any more than this.
She wobbled up the shrine steps, looking like she was about to fall. I immediately ran up to her and helped her stay on her feet. But then Satoko promptly jumped away from me. That outright rejection hurt a lot. Once she got to the top of the stairs, her breathing was ragged, and she wasn't even looking at me. At this point, I was being ignored. Well, it was more like she didn't want to have anything to do with me. It really was a feeling of rejection, and that hurt my heart more than any blade could have. This was the path I chose for her sake. To be treated like this at the end of it all was just so saddening. Don't be naive, Keiichi Maibara. You never wanted to be repaid in the first place. You didn't do it so that Satoko would thank you. You did it so Satoko would be happy. And that was what led to this ending. Rika-chan's house was a disaster prevention storehouse used by the town council. If you went past it a little further through the shrine grounds, you'd apparently reach the back of the assembly hall. Satoko was heading there, walking quickly, the gravel under her feet crunching as she went.
Ow.
Ouch. Did she want to get there as soon as possible, or did she want to run away? I couldn't tell. And then I heard the vigorous sound of wings flapping. I turned around and saw a crow. I hadn't seen many crows since coming to Hinamizawa. I saw them a lot in my old town, though. On garbage day, they'd flock to trash collection points, peck through the bags with their beaks, drag out the contents, and have a feast. As I was remembering that, I saw a few crows flocking around the shrine's donation box. And I thought how terrible it was for someone to leave a garbage bag in a place like that. The cicadas quieted. Breathing stopped. Thoughts ceased. Even time came to a halt. I ran over to where the crows were flocking. I ran there in order to drive a horrible idea out of my mind. I definitely hadn't wanted this. There's no way I would ever wish for this even by mistake. This was not... When they noticed my vicious approach, the crows all flapped upwards, fleeing into the sky. When the crows' big black bodies flew away, they exposed the garbage bag. What had I seen there? The scream had escaped from my throat before I understood what I was looking at. What was this? Satoko came over as well, realizing something had happened. And she looked over my shoulder. Then she screamed as well. This wasn't... The garbage bag was crimson, dyed in fresh blood. Enough of this stupid roundabout way of saying it. Oh god. Loudness. That's right. Yes! It was Rika-chan, our friend Satoko's best friend. Always easygoing, clever as a cat, but so cute you couldn't hate her. Our friend, Rika-chan, Rika-chan was stark naked. She was face up, limbs sprawled, her eyes were like glass, just staring up into the sky, and
Rika! No!
Satoko broke down, crying on the spot, and yet she still couldn't approach her friend's remains. The crows had gotten through the garbage bag and they dragged out an apple peel and spread it all over. No, crows, they couldn't do this. I missed something. It was just ugh, okay. On the spot, I started vomiting. The sour taste became a bitter one as I threw up over and over again. Rika-chan, her stomach was cut wide open, vertically, completely open.
Rika!
Crows couldn't have done this. And from her open stomach, her organs, her bowels were dragged out like children's toys left all over the floor. That unbelievable sight induced oxygen deprivation in my brain. Color left my vision. A pounding headache, dizzy, and I wanted to vomit. It was like the nightmarish remains of a ceremonial killing. Someone somewhere had killed Rika-chan, brought her here, laid her here with her limbs sprawled out, and then cut open her stomach and dragged out her intestines. Red and pink viscera were sticking out of her gut, and her intestines were scattered in every direction, like it had been for fun. The entire ground was covered in an ocean of red and black. A few of the crows had hopped around inside that ocean. They walked through the sea of blood, leaving bloody footprints, and those footprints, there were several still left on Rika-chan's body. Those sinister prints made it seem even more like a bizarre ritual killing. I may have wished for Takano-san and Coach and Oishi to die, but I didn't remember ever wishing for Rika-chan's death. Yeah, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I stumbled backwards and stepped on a newspaper. A newspaper? In a place like this? The newspaper was what was covering my hatchet. I had kept it wrapped up and on my belt in order to carry Satoko, and that newspaper had fallen off. Shh, don't scare me like that. I bent down to pick it up, and then Satoko looked at me with such disbelief as I'd never seen and froze. She was looking straight at me. At the hatchet. On my belt. Calm down, Satoko. This isn't what it looks like. Satoko, trembling madly, backed away. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It wasn't...
Murderer.
She didn't care at all that she was exposing herself through the towel. She just trembled and tried to step back from the demon in front of her. Satoko, please calm down. Please, relax. Satoko.
No, no!
Screaming weakly, Satoko began to run unsteadily. Run away. That is. Wait. Please. Wait, Satoko! You're wrong! That's not it! The way she ran away, it was so weak, so slow. So if I wanted to go after her, I could have caught up. But if I tried to grab Satoko's shoulder or something right now, she might actually go crazy. So I had to follow her and try to clear this up.
You killed Takano-san and Coach and Oishi-san, didn't you? You killed my uncle and then you killed Rika, you murderer!
No, it wasn't me. I didn't kill her.
What are you saying? You just said it yourself, did you not? You wanted them to die! And then everyone died, didn't they?
Well, no. Just wishing that they were dead, that couldn't...
You don't even remember what you did, do you? How can I trust a person like you? Didn't your memory of killing them just slip your mind? No, maybe you're only pretending not to remember. Besides, what is that hatchet for? Try explaining that.
It's for...
See? See? Keiichi-san, you are a killer, aren't you? Why did you do it? You were a little mean, but you were fun and kind. And once I even thought you might be my real Nini. Why did you turn into this?
I might have been able to slowly answer each one of Satoko's questions at a time. But in this situation, explaining my innocence in such a short period of time was impossible. I mean, I didn't even know if I was really innocent anyway. At the very least, I killed Satoko's uncle. There was no body, but I killed him, without a doubt. At that point, I was far from innocent, and I wished Takano-san, Coach, and Oishi were dead, and that curse of mine was granted. When I wished for Takano-san to die, I didn't think of it as anything more than a normal thing you'd say to someone you didn't like. But then she actually did die, and I realized that if I wanted people to die, they would. And hoping it would happen again, I cursed Coach and Oishi to the same fate. So even ignoring Takano-san's death, Coach's and Oishi's were completely premeditated crimes. Was I a killer, just like Satoko said? Was I unable to distinguish between illusion and reality and turned into a demon without remembering it, becoming a killer who carried out Oyashiro-sama's curse? No, that couldn't be. It was impossible. Damn it. The very word impossible was impossible in Hinamizawa right now. How many freaking times have I said that word these past 3 days? Satoko had started crying again. I was walking unsteadily. At first, it felt like she was still running, but now it was like she was walking away crying from someone bullying her.
Why did things turn out this way? Why?
If there was an answer to that, then I wanted to know it too. Why? Why had it turned out like this?
After Nini went away, I was lonely for a long time. But then Keiichi-san transferred to our school, and everyone was happy again. It was fun again. Every day was beautiful.
Yeah, she was right. Those days were bright and beautiful. And yet, after that, Satoko and I shouted the exact same thing. How did it turn out like this? Cicadas were staring at the spectacle, our strange game of tag. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Eventually, I heard the murmuring of a stream. The forest parted, and a suspension bridge appeared. Satoko was crossing dangerously, wobbling as though she might fall at any moment. And when I stepped onto the bridge, it swayed a lot, causing Satoko to stagger and fall on the spot. Satoko, are you okay?
Don't come near me! You murderer!
Satoko shouted, her hatred made very clear. It was sad. If words could cut, then this warmth flowing from my eyes would have been blood for sure.
Why did you turn out this way? Casey-san, I really, really liked you.
I wanted to go up to her and give her a hand, but the distance between us was uncrossable. If I got any closer, Satoko would start shouting again, and say things that would hurt me deeply again, so I couldn't approach any closer than this. Satoko, I don't know how things turned out like this either. But I can say this. I wasn't the one who killed Rika-chan. At least that is true.
Please stop being so absurd. How do you expect me to believe anything someone who can't even rely on his own memories has to say?
I tightened my hands into fists. This was mortifying. I wasn't crazy. Hanamizawa was crazy, ever since I wandered into it, lost on that one night. This insane world, where I was at the festival when I wasn't, and the uncle I killed was alive, where death would just come just by wishing for it. It was this world's fault. Mion and Rena started acting strangely, like they were possessed by something too, and Coach wouldn't believe anything I had to say. And even Satoko, who I should have protected, was yelling at me like this. Was the price for killing a man supposed to be this high? Was I really going to be forced to stay in such a bitter world? I did the right thing. At least I wanted to. So then, why? I hated it. Every time I asked why, the days Satoko and I enjoyed in peace went so wrong. Satoko, please believe me. I'm not a murderer.
And what is that hatchet for? Can you give a convincing explanation for that?
Is this hatchet scaring you? Okay, I'll throw it away. That's what you want, right? Satoko didn't nod, but she seemed to be in agreement with that proposition. I clumsily took the hatchet out of my belt, then dropped it over the side of the bridge into the stream below. There, it's gone. Now, you listen to me, right?
You think I'll let my guard down just because you got rid of your weapon? Keiichi-san, you're strong. It would be easy for you to strangle me with your bare hands.
Like hell I would ever want to kill Satoko. You idiot! Then what should I do? Should I put my hands on my head?
Yes, why don't you? Please, put your hands on your head and face the other way.
It was a cunning plan, much like the ones she used during club activities. Putting my hands on my head and turning away would mean I couldn't attack Satoko very easily. I immediately acquiesced to her request, since it would make her feel better. Is this alright? Please listen to what I have to say. Satoko stood up, then carefully approached me from behind. And then she actually came right up behind me. She was so close, and yet I was so sad that I wasn't allowed to turn around.
I sort of think I understand that this isn't your fault, Keiichi-san.
Huh?
I think probably you've just been possessed by something evil. Until before, I thought Keiichi-san was a killer, but now I know. After looking at your eyes.
I could hear that Satoko was still crying, but her voice was gentle just the same.
Keiichi-san could never kill anyone. Something simply possessed his body and made him do evil things.
Was she speaking literally right now? Or was she trying to admonish me? I couldn't tell.
Come to think of it, maybe they were possessed just like Keiichi-san. At the time, I was only thinking I'd be killed, so I didn't think about it. But now I understand. That was the work of something evil that possessed you.
Satoko? What are you? It was less like she was talking to me, and more like she was talking to herself, like she was confessing at my back.
I understand, you know. It isn't like I haven't experienced it myself.
Satoko's voice started to become mixed with sobs. Her pained voice tore at my heart. but I didn't know what Satoko was talking about.
I climbed to the top of the ritual storehouse once. It was a few years ago.
Uh-oh. Once, when Satoko was playing hide and seek at the shrine grounds, she climbed onto the roof of the storehouse for ritual implements, which everyone said not to go near, and hid. Then Satoko saw that she could get in through a window meant for ventilation. For Satoko, the word curse was plenty scary, but she was more curious about what was inside the unknown storehouse. She removed the grating on the window, which was already hanging off, slid her small body into it, and climbed down inside. It was too dark to see much, but after descending, she realized just how high up she'd been. Despite the darkness, she could see a few things around her thanks to the faint light coming in from the air window. And to her disappointment, it was just a regular old storehouse. She tried to leave, but the door was locked up tight from the outside, and it was made to not open from within. She would have to go back out from the ventilation window she'd come in from, but the window was high on the wall, and there was no way she would be able to climb back up. Satoko desperately tried not to cry, and racked her brain thinking of a way to get up there. There were a lot of birdcage-looking things hanging by chains from the ceiling. She took the hanging chains and strung them along the wall. If she climbed up the bundle of chains, she might be able to manage to climb up to the ventilation window. There was nothing else she could do, so she had to try. And try she did. It was dark and creepy, as she didn't want to stay there forever. The more she thought about that, the more she panicked. She climbed the bundle of chains. Satoko could hear the clinks and clangs of everything creaking under her weight. And then, just as her hand reached the window, one of the metal fixtures she'd used to stick the chains on the wall flew off, and the chains all began to pull loudly and furiously every which way. Spurred on by the sounds behind her, she managed to get back onto the roof from the window. Because of the weight of the flailing bundle of chains, the other fixtures broke. And then, one of the big bird cages hanging from the ceiling fell to the floor with a huge noise. Under it was an image of Oyashiro-sama, his vessel, and the cage took off one of the arms that trapped some other implements beneath it. It didn't take very long for her to grow scared of what she'd done. The deafening noise could be heard from the rest of the shrine grounds. A few other children heard it and gathered round. And of course, Rika was one of them. Then, Rika's father, the shrine's priest, with an angry look, ran over. And then, as for what happened next, it was painful to remember. The only one who knew where Rika's parents kept the key to the ritual storehouse was Rika. So he scolded her, saying that this happened because Rika pulled a prank and hid me in there. Oh, this is supposed to... What the fuck? Was this supposed to be Satoko the whole time?
Yeah, but, like, it's fine.
But it said Satoko... It was talking in third person. Here, you can read.
He was very angry and menacing. Just looking at him was enough to frighten anyone. He exposed Rika's back, took a strangely shaped ritual cane or something, and struck her with it several times. Rika's words at the time, "It wasn't me, it wasn't me, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." That pitiful voice, I still can't get it out of my head. I should have said it was me. I should have said so, to save my best friend from that false accusation, without being afraid of Rika's father's terrible temper. Rika gritted her teeth and cried at the crime she didn't remember doing. Ever since then, the world has been strange. I know. I understand. This is Oyashiro-sama's curse. His judgment for messing up the ritual storehouse and forsaking my best friend.
Oyashiro-sama's curse.
My father and mother, too. They vanished in that muddy stream. My me...
Oh. You got demoned away. Your voice completely vanished.
No!
Do you want to... You can reread, like, my mean aunt died, too, from there.
My mean aunt died too, but then Didi, who loved me more than anyone, ran away from home. And then Keiichi-san transferred in, and I thought I'd finally gotten my fun life back. But this time, Keiichi-san was possessed, and even Rika got killed. There's something I heard once. Yoshida-sama, when he really curses someone, he doesn't kill them right away. He goes in order of your closest friends, and after killing them all, he kills that person last. So Keiichi-san, the curse got to you too. I'm sure that Rika-san and Mion-san will be, or Rena-san and Mion-san will be cursed next. And then they'll kill and be killed. No more. No!
Calm down, Satoko. There is no curse. Nobody is trying to torment you. When I turned around, I was thrust away with amazing force. Given my hands were awkwardly placed on my head, I couldn't take the fall and lost my balance. And I'd been pushed not into the bridge, but to the side. Towards the stream. No, this can't be happening. As one last miracle, I was allowed to grab a cord hanging from the bridge. Far below me was the stream. We were pretty high up, and below were rocks of all sizes. If I fell, it wouldn't be pretty. It clearly wouldn't be pretty. The entire bridge was tilting under my body weight. My frail little grip probably wouldn't last another minute before my fingers had to let go. Satoko! Satoko! I didn't understand myself what I meant by shouting her name then. Was I asking her to save me? Or was I asking her why she did this? Finally, everything came back into focus, and I saw Satoko. And I was surprised at what an odd expression she had. It was the first time I'd seen it. It was an expression of righteous anger meant only for those who needed to die.
Die, you murderer! Give him back! Give back my Nini! Give back Rika and Mommy and Keiichi-san!
This fucking music. As she screamed, she jerked the bridge to and fro. She didn't have to do that. I was going to fall anyway.
I won't lose to the likes of you! I won't lose to some stupid curse! I will never, ever lose to you! You took everyone! I will never lose to you, not ever!
Satoko, please, just let me say one thing. I don't know what my face looked like at the time, but it seemed like it was enough to quell Satoko's agitation. I know that what I did isn't exactly praiseworthy, but no, in fact, maybe I should never have done it at all. But I did it because I wanted you to be happy. Please, just believe that.
You! At the very, very end, you're still pretending to be Keiichi-san?
Satoko didn't seem to have any more desire to listen to what I had to say. For that to happen at the very end like this was tragic. I didn't do any of it so you would praise me. If it made you happy, that was all that mattered. We were nothing. Without your smile, we were nothing. So after I disappeared, please smile. If you could get on with your new life by my dying, then please, just smile. Can't you at least promise me that?
Stop speaking! Don't use Keiichi-san's mouth like that! Fall down! Die!
Bye, Keiichi. And those were the last words Satoko ever said to me. Those sad, tragic, and altogether unrewarding words. What on earth was I? My desire to make Satoko happy ended up like this. Where did I first go wrong? And what was the mistake I made? When did I make it? Was I the crazy one, or was it Hinamizawa? Even after all of this, I thought I wasn't crazy at all. It was this eerie world that was crazy, this world I'd accidentally wandered into that one night, because that fun world where I never doubted all the crazy times we had as a club would go on forever. It couldn't possibly have transformed into such an abnormal world. That fun world wouldn't have ever ended with this, with Satoko pushing me to my death. In the end, I was going to be swallowed up by this crazy world and disappear. No. I'd probably already disappeared. Yes. Probably. On the night of Watanagashi, I'm sure that in the world I really belonged to, I had vanished that night, and everyone was worried. That's what I was saying. It was laughable that I had taken this long to figure out I wasn't around anymore. Oyashiro-sama's curse on the 5th year was Satoko's uncle dying and me disappearing. Yep. In the real world, Satoko had already been freed. Maybe my friends were all lamenting my disappearance and valiantly trying to get back on their feet. And even though they were down to 4 people, the club would reopen, and they would have a good time without me. Wait, 4 people. Mion, Rena, Satoko. Rika's dead. Okay. Unless I'm missing somebody.
What he's saying is that, like, this isn't the world that he means, and everything's over there is fine.
Okay. What he means is... Okay, got it. Waiting for the day when I would come back. I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't come back home. But this is what I wished for. It was my wish for Satoko's smile and my duty as her Nini. At this point, there will be nobody left to torture you. Because Satoshi and I, it took 2 years, but we succeeded. That annoying, toothy smile of yours, we wanted to see it. One more time. I'm so curious how this is going to end. My pain wasn't gentle or merciful. It was a sharp pain, violent, powerful, and ruthless. What little compassion I had receded in the span of a moment. And now, I could die. I could say goodbye to this insane world. Farewell, crazed Hinamizawa. Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I wanted.
I shouldn't laugh, but that's a really funny line.
Thanks for giving me the psychic power to kill people whenever I wanted. If you'll still allow it, I'll wish for one last thing. The death of this very world, of this crazed Hinamizawa, so that nobody would ever again have to find themselves lost here again. I wonder how many people just get demoned away to this particular version of Hinamizawa. We got
research notes. 2.
That was the last chapter, and we got tips for it. I think that's happened before, and I just don't remember. That's just how that fucking ended. All right, you want to read this?
I shall, yes.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to read something that isn't screaming.
Yeah.
Oyashiro-sama. Nobody really knows what characters to use to write Oyashiro-sama. Knowing this is hard, partly because depending on the time period. He has been called with various titles, with subtle changes to his name, and nobody knows the real one. The only thing all time periods agree on is that the 4 syllables o, ya, shi, and ro are always used. There is a theory stating the shrine, or yashiro, dedicated to Oyashiro-sama itself became an object of worship, and that people began calling it O Yashiro-sama, or Lord Honorable Shrine, but this doesn't make a bit of sense. I don't know whether this is related, but people say the Furude family, the most respected bloodline in terms of worshipping Oyashiro-sama, actually inherited his blood. And in the legend the Furude family passed down, if for 8 generations in a row the firstborn child is a girl, the 8th daughter will be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama.
Do we know if Rika has any siblings? Oh.
As far as we know, she's an only child.
8th generation in a row, the firstborn child is a girl, the 8th daughter. Okay, got it. I had to reread that sentence to understand.
If we go by this legend, the characters used for Oyashiro-sama's name should be O for honorable, Ya for 8, and Shiro for generation.
Oh, very clever.
These character assignments are simply something I've thought up. There's no way to verify it. If this is true, then Oyashiro-sama would have been named as such under the assumption he would come again. The second coming of an object of worship can be seen in several religions, so this isn't unusual. But a few of these religions call the second coming of their object of worship a day of judgment, or something along those lines, and we must not forget they mean it to be the end of the world. Rika Furude, pampered and loved dearly by the elderly folk in the village. The rumors say she is the 8th generation, and Oyashiro-sama. I do not know the family tree of the Furudes, but at the very least I can confirm that for the past 2 generations, the first child has been a girl. Rika Furude watches over Hinamizawa. If the village were to lose her protection, what would happen? Would peace between man and demon be lost? Would it once again create a hellish landscape where man-eating demons run rampant? A gruesome feast of the demons who suddenly remembered how delicious the weak humans were, who could only cry, scream, and run for their lives. What would that look like? Just imagining it is enough to make my heart pound with excitement.
Is this supposed to be Takano? I'm sure it's that.
I don't know. I've never played this game before. So, while we're here, talking, discussion, thoughts?
Thoughts? All right. I'm going to to talk to the chat, and I'm gonna say before we make this discussion, this is not a pissing contest to see who can make the funniest joke. I would like to have a genuine conversation about this game. So,
Here's my first thought.
Your first thought?
Fuck Rika's dad.
Yeah, what the fuck? Beating the shit out of Satoko? Not Satoko, Rika.
Like, no matter what your kid does, that's not the move.
No, that is not the move. I'm still sticking to my thought that, like, killing people ends up demoning you away. I think that's what happened to Satoshi. I think that's what happened to Keiichi. I think that's what happened to Takano in the first chapter. I don't know what was going on in chapter 2. I'm gonna be honest.
Do you want to recount it to try and, like, figure it out?
Okay, so chapter 1, Tomitake ended up clawing his own throat out. He did this in all 3 of the chapters as far as we know.
Yes.
Takano in the first chapter ended up disappearing. In the second chapter, she was found in a
oil drum barrel.
Burned to death in the mountains. The thing is, simultaneously, like with this, like her murder in the mountains happening, she was in the ritual storehouse. So that doesn't line up. So there were 2 Takanos, but now we know possibly that 2 Keiichis can be in the same timeline. But if my theory that Keiichi got demoned away to another timeline or whatever, another version of Hinamizawa is true, then Takano in chapter 2, the one that we saw in the ritual storehouse, was probably from chapter 1. This is my thought. She was maybe from chapter 1, that version of Hinamizawa, and when she killed Tomitake by injecting him with the shit, he or she ended up getting zooped into the second timeline. I think Taka knows exactly what she's doing, by the way. I think she's doing this on purpose to jump around timelines for some fucking reason. I think she is knowingly doing this and killing Tomitake every single fucking time.
Just for fun.
Just for fun. She's like,
this is my boyfriend. I don't like him anymore. I'm going to a new one.
And then she disappears. Goes into the next timeline. We don't know where Rika and Satoko ended up in Arc 1. Yes, that is something I also wanted to point out, is I noticed in chapter 2, episode 2, the one with Mion and Shion, ended with Satoko and Rika disappearing. We found their bodies at the bottom of the well in the Sonozaki underground thing. So Rika's also ended up dying in chapter 2, as far as we know.
Yes.
But like Zoot said, we don't know what happened to Satoko and Rika in chapter 1. We know Rena and Mion ended up getting killed, I think.
By Keiichi, no less.
By Keiichi, yes. And then Keiichi clawed his own throat out after Rena and Mion injected him with the shit.
Very specifically, Keiichi said that when he was clawing his own throat out on the phone with Oishi, that someone was standing directly behind him.
Yeah. So there's this theme of an invisible presence following him. What could this invisible presence, like, obviously the narrative is trying to guide us to Oyashiro-sama. Be like, yeah, this is Oyashiro-sama. And so now we know Rika is allegedly, according to legend, Oyashiro-sama reborn. It could be Rika essence, I don't know. It could be Takano. I think Takano has a far bigger role in the story than the first chapter let on, personally. I think she is the one pulling a lot of the strings in the story, especially after that meeting with her after Keiichi did the body thing.
What a weirdo.
Did the body thing, as in, like, killed the body and hid it. I couldn't remember. What, Keiichi or Takano?
Both, but mostly Takano.
Also, another thing to consider. I mentioned how, and Keiichi also mentioned it this chapter. Oishi is, like, whenever he shows up, things seem to go sideways. That's when the story starts to pick up and things start to get weird. However, another thing to point out, right after meeting Takano is when shit starts to get real, I think. I think Takano is the one causing the shit. Especially considering there were 2 Takanos last chapter. One who was dead and one who was not. What are these noises?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm playing with the fucking foot on my keyboard. Like the fold-out foot, if you want to put it on a desk.
I see. No, I have one of those too. I have 2 of those, actually.
One would hope that you have 2 of those. That'd be extremely unbalanced otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, there can be, like, a long one. Like my tablet.
I guess.
Yeah.
But, like, a tablet's different, though, because you're like, this is a stupid conversation. We're going off topic.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Cut that shit out right now.
This is what the ADHD. This is what it does to me. Hello, loving all the lore talk going on. I'm glad. I love to talk about the things.
We weren't very impressed last stream with everyone making a bunch of jokes. We didn't mention it at the time because, we didn't want to be rude.
Oh no, I mentioned it. I was
did
like,
you? I don't remember that at all.
I was like, why did I expect to have a genuine conversation with my chat? Jesus Christ. I spoke my mind. Let me speak my mind. I want to talk with you guys. We're having a talk. It's fine to be funny sometimes. It's not fine to be funny when I say no. Talk to me.
I'm also Long Legs Pilled. What the fuck are you talking about? What's Long Legs?
That's a movie. It's a horror movie.
I never heard that shit before in my life.
Yeah, it came out recently. It had very mixed reviews, actually. People either loved it or thought it was too boring. So that sounds like my shit, actually.
Yeah, actually, I feel like if a horror movie has mixed reviews, that some people love it and some people hate it, then it's really good.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, honestly, that goes for movies in general. But especially for horror movies. If people are saying, it's boring, and then I'm like, that's my shit. That's what people said about the Babadook. They were like, it's boring. It wasn't very scary. And I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome. And I liked it.
I've never watched the Babadook because I thought it was a little goofy.
It was pretty good. I liked it.
Yay.
But that's because it's a metaphor for other shit. And I like shit like that.
Swerving us back on topic, I have a question for you.
What?
So you have a supernatural explanation.
Yeah.
Entertain the thought for me
Mm-hmm.
that there's nothing supernatural going on.
Okay. Takano.
In this possibility.
Okay.
How would any of this work?
Christ almighty. Okay, so in the context of this chapter, I'm gonna go with Gil's theory, which, Gil being like, I have no clue what's going on because I missed a few parts, but I just know the series is silly. Yeah, it's...
You missed it? Go watch it. More views. Yay.
I mean, Gil, you had some pretty good, like, theories, like, despite, like, missing a few bits.
Facts.
Because I was going to touch on that is, like, you know what, like, while we're here, I wanted to turn on music, but it's not working. Oh, there it is. Okay. It just was very quiet, so let me turn it down a little bit more. Okay.
I'm gonna check my funny esports while we're talking.
Yeah. But, I do like the theory that Keiichi did kill Satoko's uncle, buried the body, and went home. And then all of his classmates are pretending he was at the Watanagashi festival and also dug out the body and put it somewhere else. And Satoko is pretending that her uncle is back. And her uncle actually never came back. That is a fucked up theory. But Satoko's track record, she did lie about being abused by her stepfather. So I wouldn't put it past her to lie that her uncle is back. And Keiichi did leave the body in a very bad location on a mountain, and also it rained a lot. Body could have just bubbled up and slid down somewhere else. Possibly.
That is like a thing that can happen, but the mental image of that is making me laugh.
Zoop. Yep. Teppei Hojo just probably...
The slider!
The slider! Yeah, exactly. No. So that, at least as far as chapter 3 goes, that's how I'm thinking. And then, here's the thing with chapter 2. Like, how do you explain the shit with Takano being in two places at once? Because you can't really say twin. No, you can't explain that away with twin, because the way they identified her body was dental records. Like, it was like specifically wisdom teeth removal. And unless she has a twin sister and they both got their wisdom teeth removed at the same fucking time, then that wouldn't make sense. So, I'm still gonna stick to it being supernatural.
Okay.
But as far as chapter 3 goes, that would be my explanation if yeah. Unless
My mind is thinking Rika killed Nipa Girl because she wouldn't go along with the alibi. That's the same person. Rika is Nipa Girl.
yeah.
Nipa.
Unless you're thinking Rena killed Rika. Orange hair girl. Also, Satoko...
But also Rika did go along with the alibi.
She did, yeah. That's true. No, it's fine. They're both R names, so it's easy to get them confused. And I feel like we've done it a few times, too.
It's so true. I did it today.
Mm-hmm. Also, Satoko may not be totally clear-eyed since she had a flashback in the classroom. It's true. It's true. Yeah. She could be just completely, like... It could have been, like, she hallucinated her fucking uncle being back. Maybe Riko was second-guessing it later. Maybe. He wakes up and is like, dang, I drank too much, and totally does not remember being buried and killed. That's a funny explanation. Goofy. What are some other things we can talk about? We could go with, like, maybe there is a fucking demon that is, like, possessing people and making them kill people. That seems very likely with how things were described. With how, like, Keiichi ended up just snapping and being like, fuck it, I'm gonna kill him. Like, that could be, like, a viable explanation. But I think that's the red herring. I think that's what they want us to believe.
Last thing to talk about. Let's talk about Irie.
Irie. The fucker. I hate him. I wish he like. I wish his whole thing wasn't like, haha, LOL, pedophile. I'm like, yeah. What the
Let's
fuck?
let's specifically hone in on the scene where he was going to drug Keiichi.
Yeah. What in fuck? If only his jokes were puns. Yeah, I feel like that would be far more charming if he had stupid dad puns, you know?
That would be so funny, actually.
I would love that.
Higurashi rewrite when? Do I have to do it? Am I putting it through Red Pie? Tomorrow, you'll have it.
I kind of want to do it. I'd do it. I'd do it. I would fucking do it. I'd be like, all right, let's completely rewrite Higurashi, take out all the weird pedophile jokes, you know, all the weird sexualizing minor jokes. Let's go. Fuck. Hate it. This is why I don't watch anime.
You don't have to even get rid of everything that's annoying. You can leave in the 8-hour-long game of Old Maid. That's not bad.
It's not bad, it's just annoying. Yeah. Leave it in. Leave it in. It's important. It's important. You don't understand. It's important to the plot. You don't understand. Also, I love this song. You don't hear it, but it's a Hypnospace song. Anyway. Well, how the fuck... We were talking about the EDA scene where he was like, gonna drug Keiichi. Something was going on there. I think he was like, oh shit, you're possessed by Oishiro-sama. We gotta drug you.
There was something the doctor specifically said.
What was it?
Hone in on.
Hone in on it.
Irie asked how many adult men were left in the clinic.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, like, the doctor said to him, 3 doctors and 1 mountain dog.
Mountain dog. Is that like just an expression or an actual mountain dog?
Shrug. I've never played this game before. I don't know that.
Why the fuck would they have like an actual dog there in the clinic? I actually thought about that. I was like, huh. But I just continued to go.
But he did. Irie did specifically ask for like how many men are left in, so we can presume that that's like an adult man.
Okay. Proper noun, mountain dog. Yeah.
Anyway, let's go like into the next chapter.
Is there another chapter?
Like epilogue, so yeah.
Oh. I thought that was the end. My head was pounding. The sky was bright. It was cold, too. It hurt. Each sensation I felt led to a new and different one awakening. When I came to, I was lying face first on a dry riverbed. A few body parts hurt a lot. The skin over a bunch of my joints was torn, turned blue or red or oozing blood. I could tell it was my bones that were in pain from the agony I felt whenever I moved. I looked up and saw how high the bridge from which I had fallen was. Considering I dropped from there, it was a miracle that I could open my eyes again. Right next to me was a broken, upside-down car seat, which I guessed some pranksters had brought here. Maybe this thing had been conveniently lying right under me, allowing me to escape instant death. Miraculous. Of course, I didn't know whether this miracle was fortunate or unfortunate. I'd failed to die, and now I was still stuck in this insane world. How long had I been unconscious for? The sun was high in the sky, so it looked like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. But my body's sluggishness didn't make it feel at all like so short a time had gone by. Mentally, it felt like I'd been asleep here for a decade. The more feeling returned to my body, the more the pain flooded in. It hurt so much it would have been better not to have woken up. I needed to get to a doctor. Yeah, to Coach's clinic. The term Coach's clinic brought memories back one after another, memories I wish I hadn't recalled. Satoko was no longer on the bridge. She would have returned to Hanamizawa by now, and she would put on some clothes, go to the clinic, get a checkup, and report on how crazy I had seemed. The police were waiting for me, without a doubt. This time, would they find out for real that I'd killed their uncle and arrest me? Or would they just send me to a mental institution like I thought they might? Still, I didn't care which it was. Please, someone stop all this pain. You can boil me or cook me after that, whatever you want. I began to walk unsteadily, just limping along. I went downstream, and then through an animal trail-like path in the woods. I walked haphazardly, searching for a path I knew. Eventually, I finally came across a familiar road and set off towards the clinic. Not to my house, but to the clinic, which had treated me like a lunatic. It was hot and humid. There was no wind and the air was stagnant. For a while now, I've been smelling the terrible stench of burned eggs, and it made my face scrunch up. And then, at last, I noticed something. I couldn't hear any cicadas. It was the first time I'd heard Hinamizawa be so utterly silent. When I thought back, it seemed like birds always chirped in the morning, cicadas always cried loudly in the afternoon, and Higurashi always rose up in the chorus in the evening. Always something to hear. Sulfur smell? Yeah, I was about to comment on that, actually. I couldn't hear a single insect. The only thing I could hear was the rustling of the wind brushing the treetops. I'd never experienced this sort of quiet before. Even the only sound coming from the trees lacked life somehow. The trees were yellow and many leaves were spread on the ground, despite it being too early for autumn. Even the weeds that had been growing so persistently at the side of the road had yellowed, browned, and lost their vigor. Only the sunlight itself was of the June Hinamizawa I knew. And yet it seemed like the seasons had switched all of a sudden. Looking at the fallen leaves and rotting weeds led me to a spot a few small insects turned on their backs. They weren't moving. They were corpses. I looked closer to see insect corpses scattered all around like a child had collected them as samples and then strewn them about. The stench. What was it? It was terrible, like burned eggs, combined with all the bug corpses and leaves falling from the trees in summer. Had someone sprayed herbicides or pesticides around here? Even at school, we apparently fumigate. They call it pest disinfection or something, once or twice a year. I hadn't run into anybody, despite how bright it was outside. It was mid-afternoon, and yet it felt like I was sauntering about at midnight. Well, with this smell, nobody would want to be walking around outside. Just what was this, anyway? There was no sound, no noise, not even a breath. Hinamizawa was silent. The school would come into view right after turning this corner, and yet I couldn't hear any commotion at all. None of the shouts or grunts that children always made. It was simply quiet. Just as pretending to ignore the silence had grown intolerable, I saw the school. And finally I heard something. It was the sound of a few trucks. There were a few very tall trucks parked in the schoolyard, idling. About 10 workers in raincoats were unloading things from their trunks. It was hot and humid, even in my casual clothing. I couldn't imagine how unbearable that must have been. And then I remembered. Our school was rented from the Forest Service field office building, wasn't it? It wasn't strange at all for Forest Service trucks to be doing some kind of work in the schoolyard. Besides, what did forest rangers do anyway? I felt bad for them having to work in such heat and with such a stench about. They were taking colorful cargo out of the truck and lining it up in the schoolyard. They were containers, fairly large ones, inside multicolored patchwork bags. Heavy, too. They were being carried in pairs. They lined them up very neatly, like tuna at a riverside fish market. Several, dozens, hundreds of tuna were completely filling the fairly wide schoolyard up. I forgot my pain for a little while, captivated by this big forest ranger job I'd never seen before. As I stood there, watching in a daze, the people in raincoats working on the other side noticed me. One of them pointed me out, and they shouted a few things back and forth. I thought they might yell at me for getting in their way, so I decided to leave post-haste. But then 2 trucks drove up behind me. I stepped aside, and they entered the schoolyard. Sheets covered their trunks, but I could tell they were completely full. As they passed, there was an awful smell that made me want to choke. It wasn't the same burned egg smell as before, but an even worse one, like rotten crab meat. Would you like to take over as the narration for a bit? I don't know how long before we're gonna run into anybody else.
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Cool.
Sorry about that. I heard your mic cut out, so I figured I'd just wait until the buzz cut back in.
No, that's
so
fine.
I knew you were there.
Mm-hmm.
What on earth was it?
Ugh.
I'd been enshrouded in one terrible stench after another all day. Then, certain white letters emblazoned on the side of the passing trucks caught my eye. Ground Self-Defense Forces. What? Self-Defense Forces? Like the army? Why was the army in the schoolyard?
Hey, you! Where'd you come from?
Suddenly, someone slapped me on the shoulders from behind. I turned around, and a canopied SDF Jeep was parked there. The SDF person had on a green raincoat and a gas mask like in the movies, carrying a compressed air cylinder. He didn't look normal. There wasn't an inch of exposed skin anywhere.
Where did I... ow.
When I tried to talk, I stretched a wound on my head. The SDF people exchanged glances. I couldn't see their faces through their masks, but they seemed surprised.
Do you live in Hinamizawa? Can you tell us your name and address? Well, yeah, I sort of live here. My name is Keiichi Maibata. Oh, and my address is unknown Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone.
After seeing me tell them my name and address without hesitation, one of the SDF people watching from the Jeep started talking into a radio.
Base, do you read? Base, do you read? We have a 402 survivor discovered. I repeat, we have a 402. We found a survivor. He's in front of the Forest Service office. This is Base, we copy. Secure the survivor at once. What is his status? Healthy. Wounded all over, but not fatally. He can walk on his own. This is all a drug-induced dream. We'll send him to HQ for safety.
I was prepared to go along with the police, but the SDF? I couldn't help but think it seemed a little bit much. They urged me into the back of the Jeep. And then they told me to put on this gigantic gas mask. I did so, and one of the troops fiddled around with it, strapping it tightly to me. It was heavy, hard to see out of, hot, and difficult to breathe. Just looking at the world through the lenses made it lose its sense of reality. My breathing sounded like some giant monster through the mask. At this point, I had no idea what was happening. With much trepidation, I asked the trooper adjusting my mask.
Excuse me. Has something happened? Where were you? What were you doing?
Hey, don't answer a question with more questions. I was the one asking you.
I fell from a rope bridge way back in the mountains. I think I passed out on the riverbed. I don't actually know what day it is. Today is June 22nd, 1983. Wednesday.
That surprised me. Satoko pushed me off the bridge on Tuesday the 21st. That meant I'd been asleep on that riverbed for an entire day.
Forgive me for asking again, but did something happen? Why is the SDF here? Is this a drill?
Had my question been that difficult for him? None of the troopers would answer me. The one in the driver's seat, talking on his own radio, turned on the vehicles. He turned the dial and some broadcast station or another came in. I started to listen to the voice of a radio announcer I was familiar with. Was conducted at the Prime Minister's office. In regards to questions from the press that the SDF not responding to this disaster promptly was directly related to this unprecedented, unheard of catastrophe, Chief Cabinet Secretary Okuno has this to say. And so I believe that once the SDF received the dispatch order from the prefectural governor, they responded promptly. According to him, the SDF was prompt to respond to the crisis after receiving their orders. He implied that it was the prefecture's responsibility for taking too long to comprehend the situation. When did the governor who requested the SDF's dispatch actually become aware of the outbreak of such an unprecedented catastrophe? And did he not invite further damage because of the time lost before he sent the request for disaster relief? In other words, because of the bureaucracy. We are awaiting further investigation into the matter. That was Mr. Okada reporting from the Prime Minister's official residence. At this point, we can take another look at the political response following this disaster.
Breakout. Oh.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Oh. Do you want to?
Do you want to like switch back and forth? Because it's just my voice is not normal, like up to speed, because of the donathon the past couple days.
It's okay. I'm happy to do it, but if you want to do it, you can.
All right. Well, I'll do this one. In the middle of the night, between June 21st and June 22nd, a large-scale disaster broke out in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone. The details have not yet been investigated, but there was an eruption of volcanic gas from somewhere in the Hinamizawa area. The gas was relatively heavy, and as it spewed out, it began to flow. That flow went down along a small river and headed directly into Hinamizawa Village. After a few hours, it had covered the entire region. It happened in the middle of the night, 2 to 4 a.m. Every home and household in the village was afflicted. With most of the residents asleep, it is thought that all died without noticing the crisis. The catastrophe striking in the middle of the night caused its detection to come too late. But there was still one small opportunity to have noticed it. 3 a.m., a news dealer shop in Okinomiya sent a vehicle carrying the morning newspaper to its branch office in Hinamizawa. Usually the shop would be contacted upon the vehicle's arrival, but this morning, that didn't happen. The news dealer's shop made repeated calls but got no response. The shopkeeper sent his eldest son to check on things, but they lost contact with him as well. It is extremely regrettable. If they had contacted the police or fire department at this point, it is highly possible the situation would have turned out more positively. At the very least, it's possible that a portion of the village might have been saved from tragic annihilation. 6 a.m. Residents in areas in the same region began continuously calling 119 to report the smell of rotten eggs, dizziness, nausea, and headaches. The fire department received the same reports, all from the same confined region. They speculated a truck loaded with chemicals may have gotten into an accident and reported it to the local police. 6:30. Contact was lost with a patrol car on duty in the Hinamizawa area after the officer reported the smell of rotten eggs. The local police considered the possibility of a large-scale disaster involving highly lethal gas and reported it to the prefecture and prefectural police at 7:15 a.m. 8 a.m., the governor was traveling to nearby prefectures for inspection, so in accordance with regulations, the prefectural environmental disaster prevention chief was provisionally escalated to Director General and set up a disaster countermeasures office. However, without contacting the governor, the countermeasures came too late. As has recently been pointed out by citizens groups, his trip with honorary Diet members to inspect other prefectures was based solely on good relations, and it's rumored they preoccupied themselves with a drinking party. Sources closer to him claimed the governor had been drinking all night and had gone to sleep in a drunken state. He was completely drunk when the environmental chief phoned him as well, and apparently he could not get him to pay any attention to the matter. And so the authorities, in the hour or so it took for the governor to grasp the situation and sober up, did nothing but accumulate information. Ugh. Okay, I may have to tag out because my voice is going.
Though not as extreme as the governor's case, the environmental chief who became Director General in the governor's absence will likely also be questioned about his negligence. In addition, without any procedures in place on the prefecture side that predicted catastrophes this massive, they would always react too late, and that ended up being fatal. 9:12 a.m. On the advice of the prefectural police, the governor requested a disaster relief mission from the SDF. By the time the Chemical Defense Unit, equipped with protective equipment, arrived on the scene, 8 hours had already passed since the incident's outbreak. Whatever the case may be, it was unfortunate this happened while everyone was sleeping in the middle of the night. Had the same disaster occurred during the day, it likely would have been entirely different. All households in the Hinamizawa village region were wiped out. There were over 1,000 victims. The SDF is still confirming the situation on the ground, but the results are predicted to only increase that number. Here with us in the studio today is Dr. Fujiwara, a professor at Redacted University who is well acquainted with volcanic disasters. Doctor, can such a sudden and horrible outburst of poisonous gas actually happen? It isn't all unusual for this to happen right around craters, at least. Japan is a volcanic nation and so has many active volcanoes. There is always a danger of hazardous gas around any of these craters, and is generally a rule among mountain climbers not to go near them. Does this mean the rotten egg smell that visited Hinamizawa village was the normal sort of gas from volcanic craters? Judging by how it smelled like rotten eggs, we think it was hydrogen sulfide, a gas seen particularly frequently in accidents compared to other volcanic gases. If it's dense, it becomes extremely dangerous. Hinamizawa village is very far away from the craters of any volcanoes. Can hydrogen sulfide be generated even from a place not close to a crater? I don't know all the details, so I can't say anything concrete, but in other countries there are records of gas eruptions due to magma buildup under hot springs. It's an extremely rare event, but it is possible for such a thing to happen, even in a region not near craters. Thank you very much, Doctor. We appear to have an announcement from the Japan Defense Agency. Miss Morikawa, are you there? Yes, I'm at the Japan Defense Agency. The agency has just made an announcement regarding the source of the Hinamizawa village gas disaster. Analysis from the Ground Self-Defense Forces Department of Chemistry has found that the gas was a mixture of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. Miss Morikawa, do you know whether the gas is still erupting or spreading to nearby areas? According to the SDF's 9th Division, who are currently engaged in a rescue operation at Hinamizawa village, the gas density is steadily decreasing. They've announced that the damage will not spread. However, it does not change the fact that the surrounding areas are still in danger, and that very strict observation must be maintained. That was Morikawa from the Japan Defense Agency. And now we have a report on the state of those who have been made to evacuate the Okinomiya area. Shimoshinozaki Elementary School is one of the evacuation sites, and we currently have a reporter on scene.
Wait, what?
Inside the jeep, clambering and bouncing around along the rough road, none answered my muttered questions. An unprecedented catastrophe had destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. Where was Hinamizawa village anyway? Someplace deep in the mountains, right? The names of places I'd heard about on the radio were always like that. They were all places I had never heard of, much less knew the locations of. Wiped out? What does that mean? Don't they usually say how many died and how many were injured? How many people were alive? Where did everyone evacuate to? Eventually, we came into view of Coach's clinic. For the first time, I saw the flag of Japan hanging on a pole outside. Japan's circular sun hung down as though exhausted. Many SDF tents were set up in the clinic's big parking lot, and many strict security vehicles are parked there as well. When they saw the jeep coming, men in white clothing and gas masks came running out of the clinic, frantic, carrying a stretcher.
Gonna be alright.
Be all right.
I could do that. How do you feel? Can you walk? Yes. Ow.
And because of my owls, they forced me to lay in the stretcher anyway. People who seemed like doctors were looking at me and notifying others of my condition via radio.
Multiple wounds. High possibility of fractures and internal damage. Large laceration in the head. Pupils normal, but even without bleeding from the fundus, brain damage is still possible.
I'm gonna look up what the fuck a fundus is.
Fundus.
The fundus is the inside back surface of the eye. It is made up of the retina, macula, optic disc, fovea, and blood vessels.
Ah, I see.
And then, from the clinic entrance, people lying on stretchers were brought outside to replace me. Judging by their clothing, they were from Hinamizawa, and that's how I knew they were victims. They brought the stretchers in front of a truck. 2 troops holding shoulders and legs like some kind of baggage picked them up, threw them into the trunk. In the trunk of the truck, people's bodies piled in heaps. They were just like baggage, and that told me they were already nothing but shells. At that moment, I remembered all those colorful sacks filling the trunks, and them lined up in the schoolyard like a fish market. Hundreds of empty shells. Corpses. Corpses, 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 corpses! 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 Corpses!
You jackasses, don't just throw the victims in like that. They lived here.
The troops carrying the sacks answered with a humble salute. The world didn't need this insane version of Hinamizawa. My final wish. Again. It was granted.
Yep, Gil called it.
I didn't understand anything anymore. None of it mattered. I wished, I cursed, and then it happened the next day. Then please, tomorrow morning, let me die! That insane night is still going on. Please, please, end it already!
I do not blame this boy for wanting that.
No, fuck no. What a horrible, horrible thing to go through.
Hey, he's lost consciousness. Shout his name, quickly. My Bada-kun, can you hear me? If you can hear me, just blink. My Bada-kun, my Bada-kun, my Bada-kun.
Suddenly, the world didn't matter to me anymore. I wasn't interested in their cries.
His breathing stopped. Get his respiratory tract open. Use CPR. Make him live. Damn it, damn it. No more dead people. Nobody deserves to die. Don't kill him. Don't kill him.
I could hear the voice of a man crying and screaming in my ears. Nobody deserves to die. Those words came from his heart. They were so commonplace. And they soaked into my heart, too. Maybe it was a mistake to take someone's life, even if it was to save Satoko. If this is the price I had to pay, this horrible tragedy, then this is a little much, Oyashiro-sama. Why did you never punish me? Come to think of it, Satoko said something. Oyashiro-sama's actual curse never goes for the target at first. It kills everyone they love before that. Oyashiro-sama's curse. It was a convenient excuse I told myself at the very end, that it wasn't my curse that destroyed it, but Oyashiro-sama's. Given that I was in a stretcher, this next bit might have been obvious. But last of all, I realized one thing. Yeah. Today, I had not heard those footsteps following me, even once. And now, I was liberated. As the cries of the Higurashi I couldn't have been hearing filled my mind. Their tearful ensemble was the only funeral march I had.
He escaped at last.
June
You-
22nd,
yeah.
1983, early morning. A widespread disaster occurred in Hinamizawa village, Shishabone Redacted Prefecture. Volcanic gas, carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide, erupted from Onigafuchi Swamp, one of Hinamizawa area's water sources, and spread through the entire village. There were 1,200 victims.
Damn.
20 have gone missing. The catastrophe was unprecedented, forcing local governments to evacuate approximately 600,000 people. According to later investigations, magma pools and hot springs were uncovered directly under Onigafuchi Swamp, and the gas that gushed from it was determined to be the cause of the disaster. In addition, directly after the incident broke out, many came forth claiming this disaster was a curse based on Hinamizawa village legends, first sparking a wave of chaos. There were apparently local legends of a curse spreading a miasma, destroying the village, and some scholars believed a similar gas disaster may have happened in the past and were made part of these legends. More extreme periodicals suggested that this was an extension of the string of freak death incidents that had been happening in recent years in Hinamizawa village, stirring interest and theories about this curse of Oyashiro-sama. In addition, relatives of those in Hinamizawa village who had escaped the disaster complained of sickness afterwards and were hospitalized. Some of them even died of unknown causes, further encouraging such extreme opinions. On top of that, several relatives professing to be possessed by Oyashiro-sama's curse committed suicide in strange ways. And the impact the disaster has had on the nation can no longer be ignored. Wild visions of terrible toxic gas sneaking around in the middle of the night, killing people, spilled across the country, causing a steady stream of people complaining of insomnia, difficulty breathing, headache, dizziness, etc. Some who identified themselves as being obsessed by it began doing odd things. Most of these were mistakenly attributed by the tabloid press, but afterwards some even began to call the mental issues arising from the Hinamizawa tragedy the Hinamizawa syndrome. The Hinamizawa village region, the object of all kinds of rumors and speculation, is currently closed off, and even flying overhead is prohibited. The prohibition was, at one point, undone as a result of a decrease in the gas's density, but that autumn another gas burst was confirmed, leading to the area being cordoned off again. Word is that the area is sound asleep, all traces of its former life intact, and left to rot.
God damn.
Only one survivor remains, Keiichi Mayabara, age teen-something, who lived at redacted Hinamizawa village. At the time of rescue, he had some trouble breathing due to a fluid buildup in his lungs, but as a result of life-saving procedures, he was kept alive. He is currently in a general hospital somewhere in the prefecture. The press have been asking for him for some time, but all interviews are being refused. What did he see in Hinamizawa? What happened between June 21st and 22nd in Hinamizawa village? Today he remains silent, unwilling to speak of it.
But he didn't die? What was all that?
Jiro Tomatake, real name unknown, possibly committed suicide in the village on 6/19/83. Investigation suspended. Mio Takano, strangled to death in the mountains in Gifu. Kurata Oishi, went missing during investigation. Katsuko Komatani, went missing during investigation. Irie, possibly committed suicide at the clinic. Rika Furude, possibly murdered at the shrine. Hinamizawa gas disaster in memoriam list. Reina
We
Ryugu,
don't need to
Mio
read
Tsunezaki,
all of it, though.
Oryo Sonozaki.
We don't need to read all of it.
Hey, we know Keiichi's parents' names now. Ichiro, Aiko.
They all died.
Everyone.
Committed suicide, Shion.
Attempted suicide.
Attempted suicide.
Lots of, scrambled text.
Yeah, what the fuck's that about? Is this like ARG bullshit? What is this?
Who knows?
What in the fuck? What are... This is, I think that, is this the first time we've gotten, like, actual credits?
Yes.
What the hell?
It's almost like this is the first time we've reached the end.
What? Is the end of the loop a fucking, like, gas disaster?
I don't know, I never played this game.
Oh my god. There once was an ugly barnacle. He was so ugly that everyone in Higurashi died. The end. Yeah, that's basically... What? Help! To the... No, there's more! I want to go...
An elderly couple living in Osaka Prefecture.
I want to eat. I'm having a good
Discovered
time.
a cassette tape while organizing the possessions of their son, who passed away 8 years ago. Their son went missing when his fishing boat capsized in 95. He was 47 at the time of his death.
Okay, no. I was like, Keiichi. No, not Keiichi.
8 years later, in 03, they had begun to organize their son's remains in order to organize their minds and came across the cassette tape in question. From 75 to 89. The deceased had experienced working as a journalist.
Oh, Cal got demoned away again. No, come back. Come back. It completely, like, cut you out the entire line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
From 75 to 89, the deceased had experienced working as a journalist for a photography periodical, and this tape is thought to have been created during that time. The label on the tape read 11/28/83, Keiichi Mayabara.
A few months later.
It is thought that tape was recorded during an interview with Mayabara, the only survivor of the Great Hinamizawa disaster that occurred in June of 83. As the only person who lived through the disaster on the night of June 21st, shrouded in mystery, many interested parties attempted to question him, but he never once spoke physically to anyone in a public place. Therefore, the tape caused quite a stir, possibly being of extremely high value.
It's really hard to talk about stuff when I know I'm being recorded.
Please, don't worry about it. Here, it won't be a problem if I do this, right?
After this, the sound quality dramatically decreases. Did he cover the recording device with something?
Then let's get started. Here's my first question. Keiichi-kun, where were you the night of the great disaster?
I had gone behind the shrine, then took a path through the woods for a while. There's a rope bridge there. A little while before you get into the mountains. I fell from there and lost consciousness.
Did this happen during the night of the disaster between the 21st and the 22nd?
No. It was the morning of the 21st on Tuesday, which means I woke up the afternoon of the next day. I think I was out for a day and a half.
Why on earth were you there? I mean, I'm sure everyone wants to know, but the bridge you fell from that day, a weekday I might add, was quite far from both your house and the school, wasn't it? Speaking frankly, there are some say you knew of the great disaster beforehand, and fell from the rope bridge as you were trying to flee the village.
This isn't a joke. Please don't be so arbitrary about this.
I think it's a terrible thing to say, too. Please don't be offended. Anyway, about the rope bridge you fell from, it was right here on the map, right? The rope bridge beyond the back of the shrine and through the path in the woods.
Probably. I never went over there, so I can't say for sure.
I guess I just want to know why you were out somewhere you'd never been before on a weekday morning. And then, well, about the riverbed you fell unconscious on, have you heard of the rumors about that being impossible?
Impossible. That word again. Again. For a little while, Keiichi Maibata mutters the word impossible several times. Why would it be impossible?
You know how the volcanic gas originated in the Onagafuji swamp. Some scholars did some pretty delicate simulations of modeling and discovered something very interesting. The volcanic gas was heavier than the air, so it went along the ground, flowing into lower and lower places, kind of like what water does. And with Onagafuji swamp as its source, they were able to test how much time it would take for the gas to erupt and spread across the whole village. So, well, that riverbed you were unconscious on, the gas, it would have flowed down there.
I don't really understand what you're getting at.
In other words, if you were really passed out in that riverbed, you would have been in the middle of all that toxic gas that was spreading everywhere that night. That means there was no chance you could have been passed out there. Allow me to be a little more frank. I think that maybe you might be telling a lie. During the Great Disaster, you were hiding in a safe place, keeping an eye out for when the gas got thinner, then reappeared and were secured by the SDF. How about that? Is that right on the mark?
For a short time, the journalist presses Keiichi Maibata further, in a teasing way, but all that can be heard are heavy sighs. Even if that was the case, I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
What do you mean, you wouldn't be surprised?
Is this recording really taken of Keiichi Maibata? Some harbor suspicions. You said it before, didn't you? That it was impossible. Impossible things happen in that Hinamizawa all the time. There are people who shouldn't be existing. Dead people end up alive. It's not really that unusual. Never thought I, of all people, would be asked to prove that I was still alive when I was supposed to have died. The journalist and Keiichi Maibata both laugh for a while. Here, you can...
To verify its authenticity, I had the others in the Mayabata family check tapes with his voice in it. However, the sound was not clear, and much time had passed, so the relatives I checked with couldn't remember what he sounded like. I was unable to gain positive proof it was actually his voice. Alright then, I'll change the subject. What do you think of the debate about whether the disaster was this curse, or the 5th year of the serial freak death incidents in Hinamizawa?
I don't think it was. I was the curse that year after all.
What do you mean?
What do I was just answering the question.
Doubts also remain regarding the date 11/28 written on the tape.
The curse. Well, you probably won't believe me when I tell you this. I was the one who caused it. I was the one who wished for the whole village to die, and it happened.
What an exciting story.
Exciting. I suppose you could call it that.
After Mayabata Keiichi's failed suicide attempt on a certain August day, 2 months after the disaster, he was diagnosed with a mental disorder and transported to a treatment facility.
I was the one who killed Takano-san and Coach and Oishi too. At the time, I had some kind of divine power. Yes, I suppose it was like footsteps.
Footsteps? Wait, what's that supposed to mean?
Have you never heard footsteps before? Tip-tap, click-clack, k-k-k.
The facility never allowed any news coverage, so it's extremely unlikely that a tape from the media dated after August 83 would have had his voice in it.
Today, when you're walking around, try stopping suddenly. Something interesting will happen. Anyway, if you hear an extra footstep, even though you'd already stopped walking, you better be careful, you know.
Yes, I'll be careful.
So what I'm saying, really that funny to you?
However, the reporter had been criticized for his forceful methods of collecting data while he was active, so there is still a possibility that he broke into the facility and forced Mayabata to talk.
You've been doing nothing but laugh in my face this whole time. You're just like Coach. You pretend to sympathize with me, to listen to what I have to say, but your eyes are telling me you think I'm a lunatic.
That's not true.
No, I can tell. Your eyes are the same as Coach's.
Is this truly Keiichi Mayabata's voice? The authenticity of this recording is still wrapped in mystery.
I never heard the footsteps again after that day, so I don't think I have that terrible power anymore. Perhaps right here, right now, I'll wish for you to die. I'll wish for your death for saying all these unpleasant things. Yes, this time, why don't I decide how you die? Takano-san was burned to death, so let's go with the opposite, with water. I hope you drown and die. How's that?
15 years after this tape was created, the reporter, just as Keiichi Mayabata had predicted, died in an accident out on the sea.
Some Death Note shit. If I'm in top form, like I was then, you'd die before tomorrow morning, for sure. Now then, I wonder how many days it'll take you to drown. Oh, there he is. He's crazy. You better be careful, you know. Don't go getting yourself killed by some stupid curse I put on you, okay?
The recording ends in the middle of Keiichi Mayabata's laughter. And Keiichi Mayabata,
Yeah?
late on the night of 11/30/83, 2 days after the interview, he suddenly died from a high fever, cause unknown. Records remain of the strange words he kept giving after pressing the call button the day before he died. An extra set of footsteps.
Both our voices are giving out. The laughter. Vine boom. I know there's that like extra like commentary part.
Yeah,
I don't know if I have the energy.
that's okay.
Welcome to the future.
Oh my fucking god!
Do you have to cough more?
No, I was just being annoying. Hi everyone.
Hi! So I'm adding this to the end of the VOD. We're not streaming now, so we're just kind of doing this as a little extra thing. Because it's called Extra. All
Yes,
cast
sir.
review session, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Let's fucking go. Let's get through it. Let's get to it. It won't take that long. Let's go.
Thank you very much for enjoying Higurashi When They Cry, Chapter 3, Katarigoroshi. How did you like it? It had a different sort of atmosphere than the previous chapters. You can fucking say that shit again!
What does Tatari Goroshi mean? actually.
Good fucking question. I knew it and I've forgotten it. So
Oh. Because I know we had a one chapter called Watanagashi. I don't remember what last chapter was called. Or maybe that was last chapter. I don't remember. Anyway.
This Tatari Goroshi means curse killing chapter.
Okay. Cool. Want to read the rest of that line for Rena?
I'm just gonna look up what the other ones are. So the first one is Onika Kushihen, which is Spirited Away by the Demon chapter. Then it's Watanagashi Hen, Cotton Drifting chapter. And then this one is Tatari Goroshi Hen, Curse Killing chapter.
Yeah, because it revolved around Keiichi, like, cursing people and them dying. So.
Yeah,
Alright.
I would be happy if you enjoyed it, Star.
Wow. A bad end again. The type which we're so fond of, huh? Personally, I wanted to get a scene of the gas coming in, the villagers foaming at the mouth, one by one before dying. Do you all think so too?
Yeah.
No. Fuck.
Of course I do not think so. Again! It happened again!
A huge bad end.
Fucking freak.
Huh? Mii-chan, you sure seem happy about the bad end.
Well, it's more like we can honestly do this.
Wait.
All we can do is laugh, smile.
Oh. There we go. Okay.
The terrible endings have been escalating through each chapter and have finally reached a culmination, I suppose.
Everyone died together as friends. Great job. As friends, Nipa. Oh, fuck. I should have had that ready. I was like, I'm not streaming, so I don't need that open.
It's fine.
It's
you can
fine.
put it be fine in post.
Sure. It won't be that hard. Yeah, here you go, everybody. Nipa. Yay.
I guess you could say that. I die every time, though, and I'm a little tired of it. It'd be nice to have an ending where I didn't die once in a while.
Never.
Tomitake-san, you're kind of like a time signal. When you die, it's like, oh, we're in the second half now. Kind of.
Fuck you, Tomitake.
Okay, now here are our guests that debuted in this chapter. Everyone give a big round of applause.
Oh,
First is Coach, Irie Kyosuke-san.
he's gonna make some weird pedophile jokes, isn't he?
I'm honored to have your introduction. Hello there. I was a minor character, but having a full portrait like this makes me feel really important. It's true. You had too many appearances, too much dialogue, and too strong a role for minor character. I don't know how much I'll get to appear from here on, so please root for me.
No. Never.
Thank you very much. Next up is our teacher, Chie-sensei.
You're like everyone, it's awesome.
Hello there, everyone. I'm everyone. I've appeared in various scenes, and this time I was given that memorable scene, the Curry Showdown. Oh my god, that did happen this chapter!
That was like 10 years ago. Wait, no, that was chapter, wait. That was chapter 2.
We did have a Curry Showdown at the beginning of this. It just ended differently.
I guess so, yeah.
And we kind of gleaned more over it.
Yeah,
I just can't forgive those who would slight Curry.
I can't either.
Yes, I wonder. Oh, someone give Chie-sensei a seat, please.
Give her a seat.
Okay, now everybody is here. Rena, you can do the honors again.
Okay, everyone. Please pick up the cup nearest to you on your table. There are plenty of different drinks.
These after parties have really gotten lively. How many do we have here now? Including us, I think there are about 10 people. Now we finally have the same number of minors and adults. We can all drink without being ashamed.
Speaking of beer, how is it that something so delicious when cold turns so bad when warm? One of the 7 wonders of the world, I say.
I wonder why. Okay, I'll pour some beer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Huh? There were 6 adults here?
Me. I would like the foamy barley tea as well.
No.
Rika-chan, you can't drink.
You're like 8.
Anyway, Renaissance, let's get this moving.
Well, okay. Can I have everyone's attention, please? Alright, everyone. Excellent work on the Tatarigoroshi chapter. Cheers!
Kampai!
Cheers!
Kampai. Yay! 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 Okay.
Okay, then. Let's get down to our traditional plot discussion.
Still, though, this chapter just confused us yet again. Well, if anyone has an opinion, please raise your hand.
I need a small aside, but
Of
have you
course.
do you know the fucking Zelda CDI inspired game that's it's Arzette or something is what it's called?
Yeah, I do.
So Vinny Vinesauce was in that. He was the frog, and at the very end of the game, they have very similar like clapping and people going yay, and it's very prominently you just hear him in the crowd going yeah, yay, and he's like that's me. I didn't know they put that in there.
That's so funny.
It's so fucking funny.
Wow, everyone's being so discreet. No hands?
Then why don't I break the ice? Oh, excuse me, could you change the music, please? To something a little more mysterious. I love her. Yeah, that's good.
I love the fourth wall breaking in this. It's so cute.
That's my theme. That plays when I start info dumping about medieval torture devices.
The mood has been set.
Alright, Takano-san, take it away.
I think that just by poring over the Tatarigoroshi story, the mystery won't be revealed.
I know what you mean. Obviously, that's how the stories have been set up.
Was there something like that in particular? I don't know if I'm right, but in Onikakushi, when Mayabara-kun was eating in the restaurant with Oishi-san, Sonozaki-san found out, and it was a little mysterious, right? It was certainly mysterious just in Onikakushi, but after reading Watanagashi, a few things made a lot of sense.
When I mentioned a restaurant with cute uniforms during the story, I must have meant Angelport. And Angelport is owned by the Sonozaki family, so...
Someone who knew Kei-chan was there too and told me. It actually makes a good amount of sense, right? That's what we mean.
There are subtle differences in the Higurashi stories, but I think there are 3 facets that are the same for each. I'm sorry if you can hear that bang. I don't know what my dad is doing in the kitchen.
I thought somebody was knocking.
No. The character settings, for example.
It was scary in Onikakushi, but that wasn't only because it was Onikakushi.
Okay, setting a cut here. I'm sorry to make you do more editing. But
No,
I need to
it's
control
fine. I
what
could just
he's
press
doing.
I could press the pause button. All right, we're back.
Sorry about the cut.
Oh, it's fine. All I had to do is press pause and unpause.
Cool.
It's great.
I was scary in Onikakushi, but that wasn't only because it was Onikakushi. It was because my character was the exact same in all 3 stories, is that it?
I agree with the characters being exactly the same. The most extreme case is by it being me dying in the same way in the same place every time.
No matter which story it is, you always die on the same day.
What have you done, Tomitake?
There's a scene where during Watanagashi, Takano-san and Tomitake-san sneak into the ritual implement storehouse. The same scene may still have happened in the other stories, even though it wasn't portrayed.
Yes, I was actually thinking that.
I think it still happened. Save for a few events. The weather the day of the festival, what we did in the club, and Satoko's uncle coming home. It's almost all the same.
I think every time Takano injected Tomitake with the juice, and then he died, and then she dumped his body at the same place or some shit. I think Takano is killing him, personally.
Who knows? Which means we have a bunch more questions. If the stories are told in exactly the same environment each time, why do they end up being so different? If we think from the perspective of a general adventure game in the suspense genre, sometimes the story branches depending on choices, right? So, in Watanagashi, the point where you do or don't give the doll to my sister?
An unavoidable bad end from a choice so early on. That's pretty scary.
Well, in Tatori Goroshi, maybe whether you decide to kill the uncle or not.
Probably. I think it was way before that. I think it branched back when the uncle's cohabitant disappeared because of some trouble and he returned to Hinamizawa.
And then, what was the first branch in Onikakushi?
I think it was when I appeared and started talking about the serial freak death incidents related to Oyashiro-sama's curse.
I think it's always when you appear.
You know, I just thought of something. If Keiichi-san gave the doll to Mion-san, and if Oishi-san and my uncle hadn't appeared, would we not have spent our time in peace without anything happening?
I see. Satoko's gotten right to the point. You're right. You can say that again.
And then maybe we should pray Oishi-san and her uncle don't show up in this dark story. And then if we can prevent Sonozaki-san from getting in a bad mood, everyone will be happy.
Yay! Big sis, you're needed for the bad ending! Be careful, everyone! If you make my sister mad, you're sure to get a bad end.
What are you saying? Shion! Next time I'll make sure to be merciless in the pain I put you through. You can cry and apologize as much as you like. It won't work. Just you wait!
We can't solve any of the mysteries thus far, but we seem to have put together a plan for how to get the story to end happily.
I need to ask, do they have these like little asides after each chapter in the anime, or does
They
that...
do not.
That sucks. I want it.
It does suck because these are so cute.
It's so silly.
I wonder if that would really make us happy. Oishi-san and Tepe Hojo-san don't show up. Mion-san gets the doll. Is that all we have to make sure of? You're right. We're all forgetting the most important thing. Remember the Great Hinamizawa disaster?
You cannot prevent natural disasters. Should we have everyone in the village put on gas masks and move away?
It's probably Oyashiro-sama's curse. So we need to make sure not to make Oyashiro-sama angry.
This is getting a little tricky. We mustn't anger Oyashiro-sama, eh? And what should we do in order to prevent that?
The dam project itself is probably out of the question. Maybe if there was never a dam project in the first place?
That would be hard. If it didn't happen, we would need a ritual to quell Oyashiro-sama's anger.
Sinking a sacrifice into the Onagafuchi swamp. A ritual sacrifice? A sacrifice? Who do we sacrifice?
Come on, use your head. Someone who is destined to drop out from the story no matter what happens. Tomitake. If he's gonna die anyway, then we may as well have it help out Hinamizawa.
When you say someone who drops out no matter what, you're talking about me, aren't you?
I knew all along. I know you had some very important role in this story, Jiro-san. We'll get you to play your part.
And with that, we have a blueprint for getting a nice, happy, good ending, don't we? Let's give it a try since we have time. Everyone involved, come over here.
Oh, who's saying this?
I think it's General Irie, maybe? I guess I'll take it.
Sure.
First, we stop Uncle Hojo, whose lover ran out at him from returning to Hinamizawa. Yeah, my name's Uncle Hojo. He has no portraits I'm standing in.
It's Haya.
Oh.
Yeah.
He was doing like a karate chop.
Yeah.
I'm so lonely and blue because my lover ran away. Time to go back to Hinamizawa, look up Satoko-chan, and raise her into a maidservant.
Oh God.
Why don't I take my motorbike back? I'll just put in the key and click. Click. Judgment! To ashes and dust you shall return!
Satoko-chan, don't you think this is a little too much gunpowder? I hope Coach is alright.
I don't.
Sweat.
Next, we stop Oishi from showing up. Me this time? My name is Corrado Oishi. A hot, good-looking middle-aged man who looks like a blues singer. Is that what you think about yourself?
He's kind of handsome. I don't know.
I mean, I think I'd be attracted to him if he wasn't a cop.
Yeah, he reminds. You know who he reminds me of? What's his name? Sully from Uncharted. If he didn't have a mustache.
Monsters, Inc.
Yeah, Monsters Inc.
No, I know who you're talking about, though. I know what you mean.
I love Sully.
I do too.
It's my favorite.
Meep. Judgment for you. Your car exploded.
And lest we forget, a follow-up service for my sister. Come here, big sis. There's a cute little doll for you. Aw, how nice.
Something about this just doesn't sit right with me.
And finally, we must quell Yoshida-sama's anger.
Then, will our last actor please come up?
Tie him fast, wrap him up, and hang him.
Oh, you see, you are dead.
He'll sing for 3 days, right? I'm not that patient. Let's just get it over with.
And with that, the case has been closed. We killed an innocent man. Wow.
Oh no, all of a sudden this arm of mine is glowing with an awesome power.
This pile of corpses is a pretty big deal. Yeah.
Keiichi?
Huh? It's the phone. Moshi moshi? Oh, Keiichi-kun.
Moshi moshi.
Thanks for all your work.
Yeah, it looks like you're all having a roaring old time. And yet here I am, busy with reading the scenario for the next story. Whatever. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you off without any teasing. Is she on there? Can you put her on?
What? You're gonna announce it here? I wanted to keep it secret for a while longer, but okay. A secret between Shion-san and Keiichi-san?
Oh, what do you mean? Nobody told me about this, nobody.
Okay, Kei-chan, let's say it at the same time. 1, 2, 3!
The main character of the next story will be Shion Sonozaki. That's not true. What?
Yes, so that's that. The one topping the popularity chart since her first appearance. The late appearing younger sister of twins being popular has been the pattern of things ever since the days of TH. I don't know what she means by that.
Toho.
Oh.
No, I'm just making that up.
I mean, that could honestly be true.
I have no idea what that means, and it doesn't matter. I don't know what to-who is. Anyway, I've been fired from my main character post for once. If the rumors are right, I might even get a portrait finally. Yahoo!
Well, portraits of Kei-chan would be a big waste of disk space. If it couldn't all fit on one disk, there's a pretty high chance he'd be the first one dropped. Are you okay with this, Shion-san? The main character always meets some terrible fate in the end. Well, until now. But that doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen next time.
With Tatori Goroshi, we're already at the third game in Higurashi When They Cry series. The first half presented a lot of strange and exciting mysteries, but starting next time, the mysteries will start to be solved in the second half, marking the start of the investigation arc, temporary name.
That means it'll be a thrilling story where I become a detective and solve all these crazy, unfair mysteries. You'd all better think of a good signature phrase. Like, "You, sir, are the criminal."
It won't happen. Never. You'll get too close to the three family secrets, be imprisoned, and then get tormented. You're a shoo-in to meet a violent, unnatural death.
Sis, I should say the same to you. Are you mentally prepared for me to see through all your mysteries and secrets, then have you apologize to me and commit suicide?
No chance of Oyashiro-sama's curse for me, is there?
Anyway, the new story to begin the second half, temporarily called Miyakashi or Eye-Opening, is currently undergoing diligent development. We should be able to unveil it to you all in the near future, so I hope you'll look forward to it. Onikakushi, Watanagashi, and Tatori Goroshi. What truths will you all come up with after reading these three stories? Or will you just come up with more questions instead of theories? Rena has no clue either.
Should I read? I'll read that.
Sure.
For all of you warriors who never yielded to these three mysteries and kept on fighting, we present you with one final scenario as thanks for your enthusiasm, one which we never originally planned on giving to you. Please enjoy it. Wow!
So yeah, all that shit about Shion being the protagonist of the next chapter, ignore that shit. This is written before he figured out to do something else.
I was scared for a moment. I was like, no. Alright. That was Higurashi. Chapter 3. Yippee! Should we share, should I share some thoughts? I mean, I already shared a lot of my thoughts. I mean, I can't really think of anything updating, as far as my thoughts go. I do think Takano is killing Tomitake-san every time.
Okay.
He's dying in the same place. And I do agree with Chie that the thing with the ritual storehouse is happening every time. They're sneaking in every time. I think Takano is on some other level and just knows way more. I think she's behind some shit. I think that's why, she's always saying, no, there's no supernatural involvement. It's just, Santa Claus, it's somebody actually, a human being that's behind all this shit. And it's her! Not behind everything, probably, but it's her. She's behind some shit. She knows. I'm gonna stick to that. I had a theory about Satoshi leaving because of Satoko and not because of their uncle. And I think I'm gonna pedal back on that one. I don't think that one's true anymore, personally. I think he did leave because he was afraid he was gonna get in trouble because he did kill the ant. I think he did kill the ant, and he skipped town because he fucking didn't want to get caught. Or he got demoned away, like I think Keiichi got demoned away into a different timeline after killing her. And so he just went missing, and he's somewhere else now in a different universe. But yeah, I think when somebody kills someone else, like Takano has been doing, I'm pretty sure, they get demoned away somehow. And I think that I'm gonna stick to that. I don't have any explanation other than that. Just that's just happening. Killing, like, okay, I hate to bring up Harry Potter as a thing. In Harry Potter, there's a thing where in order to split your soul, you kill somebody. You commit murder and you split your soul. And that is like a whole plot point in Harry Potter where Voldemort ends up splitting his soul 7 times and then putting his soul into different artifacts to be immortal, basically. And so I thought of that and I was like, okay, so maybe people kill somebody and that's how they like basically fracture their soul or fracture the timeline and, end up somewhere else. But that is my thought. That is my thought. My thoughts. Perhaps. It sucks because you can't talk about this with me because you already know. But that's it. Eventually, we'll get back to this.
Yeah. Don't worry, chat. I'll be pestering Spoony about it.
Yep. I want to know. I want to know what the fuck is happening. So hopefully sooner rather than later. It's just there's a lot of events coming up because it's the end of the year. Halloween brings up some events. November, I'm gonna be going out of town at some point. And December is my 5-year anniversary of streaming, so I'm gonna be doing something for that. Don't know what yet exactly, but probably.
You could stream Higurashi when they cry. Himatsubushi Hen.
Chapter 4. What if I did like a subathon, and then like the more subs that happen, the longer I go, my voice would die. I would fucking die.
I wouldn't. But
you wouldn't? You wouldn't?
Nah. I do this shit for like a hobby, and I'm used to like having voice acting sessions that go like all day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just used to it. But like 100%, I wouldn't want you to do that to your throat. Especially considering this is your job and you need your throat.
I do.
Other streams.
For talking. Yeah. All right.
Before we go.
Yeah.
I did say that the next chapter, I mean, you can just see it in like your Steam.
Yeah.
Because you have it. The next chapter is called Himatsubushi Hen, which translates to Time Killing Chapter.
Ooh! 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 So there will be time travel. I know it! I know it! There will be time travel. There is time travel.
We'll see.
There will! I know it. Alright.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
See you someday.
Someday.